Welcome to our first ever Mama Gameathon. We can't wait to show you all the amazing things we've been up to the past 12 months, as well as uniting with gamers, people in the healthcare industry and more to have fun and raise money for a great cause. We will be live from now until 10 a.m. on Monday. That's right, we're bringing you 72 hours of non-stop fun, with special guest interviews, silly tasks and more. We hope you enjoy our first ever birthday party and consider donating for a truly fantastic cause. Can't donate? That's okay. Consider sharing the stream with friends or family, or engaging with any of our fantastic content across social media. Want to get involved? You can stream alongside us using the hashtag MamaAcademy, and if you set up a Just Giving or Tiltify, we'll even feature you in the stream. First up though, we have an interview with our amazing founder Heidi to talk about exactly why Mama Academy does what it does.
Hi Heidi.
Hi, Marisa.
Hello. I'm delighted to finally be recording this podcast with you, just the two of us. So welcome to everyone to Mama Talks.
Oh, thank you. I'm so excited. We've got some really cool guests coming up, lots of different topics that we're going to cover. So yeah, this is great. We've never done a Mama podcast before. So yeah, it's really exciting.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll speak a little bit about you, a little bit about me, but mainly about you because your story is way more interesting and way more inspirational. And I know people will be wanting to hear you talk about that. So let's start. Heidi, just tell me, like, what's your setup at home? What's going on? What do you like doing? Just give us a bit about you.
Oh, okay. So life is very, very busy at Mama HQ, obviously. I've been running the charity 10 years now. I can't believe it's been 10 years. And I started when my daughter was born, actually. We received the charity commission status the day she was born, and she's now 10. So there we go. So I have my children here with me at home for a week, and then they spend the next week at their dad's. So I have 1 week where it's absolutely manic, doing the school run, shouting at the kids to put their shoes on because we're running late. And then I get back about 8:30 and start the charity. And yeah, it just keeps me really busy. So I have the kids for a whole week. My son is now 13, going on 30. He keeps me on my toes. And my daughter's 10, going on 3, is how I would describe them. So yes, we have a real mix in our house. But then obviously the week that they're not here, I get to clean the house. I get to get my house back for the week, and just really focus on the charity. Really, most of my time is spent on emails and answering texts from volunteers and staff members. But I try and get out every lunchtime. It's important for me to have a little break from the computer because otherwise I just get square eyes. So I do go for a little walk at lunchtimes. And apart from that, I just like socializing with my friends. I have someone around for dinner, or I'll go around their house for dinner. Sometimes I go out in London. I definitely like to let my hair down every now and then and have a little bit of a boogie on the dance floor. So yeah, so that's me.
Nice. And don't you sing as well?
Oh gosh, who told you that? Occasionally, yes. I am often singing in the car or in the shower. And I used to run the worship team at church, actually. So I used to lead worship and I used to sing in the worship band. I don't currently because I've recently moved church. I now go to a large church in Woking, but I think it might be on the card sometime soon. Quite a few people have been encouraging me to join the worship team there, so I'm sure it won't be too long before I'm off on the stage singing again.
That's so cool. I think the most I ever get to is like Celine Dion at karaoke and pretty much like bursting people's eardrums. I'm so bad. So I'd love to hear you sing. Maybe we'll get that out of you in another episode later down the line.
Or maybe. Can't
I'm delighted to co-host this with you. My personal setup at home is I live in Dubai with my husband Aaron, and I have a daughter Paloma, she's 2, and a dog called Frank, very crazy Boston Terrier. I feel like, I don't know, for me it feels like maybe you're more out the woods with the kids than I am, but I don't know. Given by the ages of what they're going on to, it still sounds pretty complicated.
Yeah, I think it's just different. I wouldn't say it gets any easier. My son's just started secondary school. He's been there a year now, and he still can't remember certain books or his trainers, or so it still has its challenges. And because they're different ages, and one's a boy, one's a girl, they're into completely different things, so that makes the weekend quite interesting, ferrying to one place, ferrying another to another place. So yeah, there's always going to be challenges, I think. And I'm dreading the day that my daughter turns into a teenager. I think that's also going to be a challenge.
Yeah, I bet. I think people say girls are easier, but when I recall what I was like as a teenager, I think my parents didn't know half of what was going on either. So I don't know whether that's a blessing or, yeah. So we'll see. So the podcast grew. We connected on LinkedIn, didn't we? Which was like, feels like universe was bringing us together for this very cause, both the podcast, but now for me as a trustee of your amazing charity that you've built from scratch. So thank you for allowing me to be part of that.
It's so exciting. Yeah, I do feel that the stars aligned. Dora came across your profile on LinkedIn. Dora's our fundraising manager, as you know, and we got together because I knew that you did these podcasts, and it sounded like we have so much shared interests and joint passion that it turned out that you would make a fantastic trustee. So we're very excited to have you on the board.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so enough about me. Let's talk about you. So you've built this amazing charity, Mama Academy, and I'd like to know, like, how did you get there?
Well, it was never meant to be a national charity. That was not my intention to begin with. I just wanted to raise awareness through my local hospital, basically. So when I was 36 weeks pregnant, and this was back in 2009 now, it was my last day at work. We were going to have a little leavers do that night. So I was pretending not to see the card being passed around and, the collection pot. And yeah, I was really excited, So then I had a routine midwife appointment. So I said to my boss, I'm just popping out for an hour, be back soon. It's just a routine appointment. Can't wait to see you all down the pub tonight. So I went to the clinic. My midwife saw me and she couldn't find his heartbeat. Basically, she put the sonic aid on my belly, couldn't find anything. I wasn't worried at that point because I just thought maybe her machine wasn't working properly. Maybe it was the batteries, because I remember at a previous appointment, it took a little while to find the heartbeat. So yeah, I just thought it was to do with her machine. And she said to me, "When was the last time you felt him kick?" And I didn't know, to be honest. I thought, oh gosh, was it this morning? Was it at work? Was it last night before I went to bed? I'd never been informed about monitoring movements. I just thought when I felt him move and kick, I just thought, oh, this is really nice. It's a nice way of bonding with the baby. I didn't know the importance of getting to know his pattern at all. I was a high risk pregnancy because I had gestational diabetes. But again, I didn't really realize the significance of that. So the midwife said to me, right, I think you need to go up to the hospital and get checked. She said, I'm going to call ahead and let them know that you're coming in. And she said, I think you should pick your husband up on the way and he should go with you. So I did. I called Steve and I said, don't worry about coming with me. It's fine. I said, I'll meet you down the pub later. And he was like, no, 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 I've got to come. So I did. I picked him up. I went along. The team and the sonographer were there waiting for me, and they scanned me and they just said, I'm so sorry, he's gone. And I just could not get my head around what they were telling me at first. I just did not understand. It was 2009. I didn't understand that babies were dying in the UK. That was just something that I didn't think happened. I was stretching my eyelids out as much as I could because I just thought I was going to wake up from this horrible nightmare that I'm having. And obviously I didn't. So then Steve had to make some calls. He had to call my boss, tell him I wasn't coming back. We went to my mum's house. She was a hairdresser. So I wanted to wait until she'd finished work. We waited outside the house for her to come back, because I thought if I told her while she was at work, her customers would have wonky haircuts. So yeah, we waited for her to come back. Told her the news. My mum absolutely could not believe it. She said, we need to get a second opinion, and I said, no, I've been scanned several times. This is what's happening. So then we had to make a decision how to give birth. I had the choice whether to wait to go into labour naturally, but obviously we didn't quite know when that would be. And I just thought, I can't carry on with my life. I can't go to Tesco's. I can't, knowing that my baby isn't alive. That's always the question that the Tesco checkout lady wants to talk to you about. They're always saying, oh, what do you do? And I just thought, no, I can't do it. So we went back into hospital that evening with a hospital bag, and we started the induction process. And I was very, very lucky because when they managed to break my waters, I think he was delivered within an hour. He came very quickly after that. And yeah, obviously our world just shattered. It completely turned upside down. My husband was going to embark on entering full-time ministry, and that didn't happen in the end because a massive pause button was put on our lives. Basically, that's how I would describe it. Just complete pausing in life. Couldn't function, couldn't do anything. Everything that I thought was going to be, I suddenly had to reprogram my brain. It took a while for my brain to catch up with reality, to say, oh, actually, no, that's not going to be happening. You're not going to be using your car seat. You're not going to be putting your baby into the nursery that you've decorated. You're not going to be going to toddler group at church. It was a lot to process. So we planned a funeral, and we had to then wait ages for the post-mortem results. And I know that nowadays it's even worse. The wait for a post-mortem is just horrendous. But for me back then, I think we had to wait about 12 weeks. So the results were inconclusive. I was told that his death was just one of those things. And yeah, his death is marked as unexplained on the post-mortem result. So later on, I did some research. I was on maternity leave. And I wanted answers. I wanted to know, why did Aidan die? Why is Aidan one of those statistics? And so there was a program that had just started up in Birmingham by the Perinatal Institute called the GAP program. And it was about bespoke growth charts to detect growth restriction in babies. So I looked into that and spoke to Professor Gardosi, and that's when I realised that yes, Aidan was in fact growth restricted. And he told me that had my hospital been running the GAP programme and I had a bespoke growth chart, his lack of growth would have been picked up. So of course I then ran a campaign called Made to Measure to get all the trusts in the country signing up to this programme. And my local hospital, St Peter's, ran the GAP programme. And then 2 years later, a very good friend of mine had her baby there, and he was growth restricted, and they picked it up with this growth chart and induced him early. And so he arrived safely. So that was kind of the catalyst for me then wanting to make a difference nationally, basically. And it gave me the belief and the confidence that I could make a difference. I could save some babies' lives. So for me, I felt like I wasn't given enough information during my pregnancy.
Yeah.
I should have known the risks. I should have been given lots of information about what to look out for. I should have been told how to monitor Aiden's movements and understand the importance of that. 2 days before he died, I was having a walk and I had a really nasty pain under my ribs. It took my breath away, actually. Now, if I'd known I was high risk, I may have gone straight up the hospital to get checked and things might be different. I don't know. But I didn't, because I was so naive. I just waited for the pain to go away and carried on with my life. And then obviously 2 days later, I found out he died. So I just felt like women needed to be empowered with information. There was a real taboo back then about scaremongering parents. We just want to give parents positivity. We don't want to instill any fear into them, which is absolutely, how it should be. However, the majority of parents that lose their babies always say, if only I'd known, or why didn't you tell me? And so I think it's important for us as a society to be made aware and to be empowered. And I was very, very inspired by the Anne Diamond campaign for Cot Deaf, because when that campaign came out and it was all about putting your baby to sleep on their back, that reduced the number of cot deaths. It was a huge decline. And so I thought, just simple information in simple ways can make such a difference. So that's when I started the charity and registered it as a national charity for the UK.
It's amazing. Your story is just incredible. Yeah, to turn something as well where you obviously hold so much grief, and to move it into something so positive is just so commendable. I know, like, the way you talk about it is like it was with ease, but it must have been difficult. Can you talk about how you managed to channel that sadness and just do this for Aiden? And
I think I didn't have a baby in my arms, so I wasn't, I didn't have the time thinking I need to feed him and I need to do this and I need to do that. But what else could I do for him, And so this was my way of doing something for him. And bereaved parents, are very passionate about keeping their baby's memory alive. And that's what I wanted to do. And so I thought, well, what better way than trying to prevent this tragedy happening to other parents? It was so horrific that you would do anything you possibly could to stop this happening from anybody else. And I've got a real passion for injustice, and I just felt that this was really unjust, that I was going to these support groups, listening to other parents' stories that were very similar to mine, and thinking, this doesn't have to happen. Obviously some babies will die, but not all of them have to. The majority of them can be saved. If we can pick up on what's going wrong, we can induce those babies early, and 9 times out of 10 they can be saved. So that was really my passion. I didn't want Aiden to be another statistic, and I just thought, if there's anything I can do, I will. And so I launched this campaign. I took to Twitter, and Good Morning Britain picked up on it and invited me onto the show. My legs have never been shaking so much in my life. I suddenly found myself on the sofa at like 7 a.m. with Susanna Reid and Ben Shepherd and Dr. Hilary Jones, and I just thought, how did I get into this situation? Dr. Hilary was fantastic. I sent him a debrief before the show, and he actually read it, and so he knew all about the GAP program and all about my Made to Measure campaign. And off the back of that, and after a lot of hard work, I got 85% of the NHS trusts signed up to that program. So all these little milestones
Amazing.
and achievements, they just spur you on to do more and more. So I then got invited to a Department of Health meeting where lots of different stakeholders, royal colleges, charities, were all part of this meeting, because it had been identified that pregnant women needed to get safer pregnancy messaging. So we decided what those messages should be, and then it was like, well, how do we disseminate these messages? How do we get them across to pregnant parents? Because I felt like I'd been given so many leaflets during pregnancy. Half of them were irrelevant to me. You don't get time to read them all. How can we get this information across to parents? And I thought it's so important that they need access to it constantly. They constantly need to be reading it. And that's when I came up with the idea of the Wellbeing Wallet. And so these wellbeing wallets are now given out to half of pregnant parents in the UK via the midwives, and they're printed with all the essential pregnancy messaging on it, when to call your midwife. They encourage parents to call their midwife, because we live in a society where we just think, oh, I'll be fine, or I'll wait till the next appointment, or I'm seeing my midwife on Tuesday, I'll just wait till then. But it's important that time is key. So we really encourage parents to make the call if they've got any worries at all. And yeah, we now have these wallets in over 100 hospitals. And we've also got our pregnancy passports, which are for trusts that have gone digital. And since they've gone out, the stillbirth rate has reduced. And we did a pilot with NHS England, and all the hospitals that have the wallets have the lowest stillbirth rate. So I'm very proud of them, as you can imagine.
But yeah, that's incredible, isn't it? And to think, like, you're like at the beginning, I mean, you're very small anyway in terms of the amount of people, not the work that you do and what you've achieved, but the amount of people working for you. And just to think, like, one person with a passion and a cause and a drive and a vision, like what you've been able to do is just, yeah, it is truly inspirational, especially when it comes from somewhere so painful, you know. But clearly it spurred you on, and Aidan would be so proud.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, I am just passionate about making a difference. And since I've been doing this, you know, obviously I speak to hundreds of midwives constantly. And as you're chatting to them, you find out their needs, you find out the problems within the trust. And I just want to solve those problems, whatever I can possibly do. I will. So we've got ambulance cards, for example, for home births, because the London Ambulance Service came to us and said, look, we've got this problem. We can't get to the home births quick enough. You know, they're not being recognised as a Category 1 emergency, and therefore parents are having to wait sort of 8 to 10 hours for an ambulance. So we created these cards that have the key trigger words for a midwife to say to ensure she gets a Category 1 response. And they're put in all the home birth packs. And I just thought that's something so simple that makes a huge difference. So when we find out the needs from midwives, student midwives, you know, they all get in touch with us, then we do our best to provide a resource for them. And as a charity at the moment, we're really focused on accessibility. That there is a real postcode lottery in the country at the moment, and that's why we're trying to get the same information in the same way to every parent. We really want consistency of care. So there is a QR code now on our wallets and passports to come onto a page on our website, which has over 20 different languages of the passport translated. We're making some awareness videos, little fun animated videos, and we've just had British Sign Language put over the top of that. We also have an audio version. I'm trying to think what else we're doing. Regarding the wallets, we want to put together a specific wallet for bereaved parents. So we're currently designing that with King's College Hospital at the moment. And we're going to design a wallet specifically for rainbow parents as well, because their journey is very different. When you're pregnant again after a loss, it's very, very difficult. It's a very anxious time. It's a very stressful time. There's lots of different feelings and emotions to process. So we're designing a wallet specifically for them. And we've also literally just launched our Rainbow Pregnancy Helpline as well. The details of that are obviously on our website. But again, that is to support pregnant parents that are pregnant again after a loss. So we can help reduce their anxiety and stress during that journey, because it's hard, it's tough.
Yeah. And we have a whole episode on that and the line itself, the helpline, don't we? So people will be able to hear more about that with Kate.
Yeah, so we've got lots of podcasts coming up. So one is specifically about bereaved parents' needs and what they go through, and what the helpline's doing to support them through that journey. We were talking to Jarell about cultural consciousness, and how Black and brown skinned people are affected when they access maternity services. We talked to Thrive, and we've got Thrive employment law coming up about maternity rights, and how employers can support their colleagues. So yeah, we've covered quite a lot of topics. It's quite exciting.
Yeah, we've tried to. So this recording comes after those because we felt like the flow would be better, because we'd get to know each other better. So the conversation between us would flow better. So we know what the content is, and it's exciting. And I think what we've tried to do is cover kind of every aspect of somebody's journey, whether that's stress related, the way you talk to kids, the birthing side, the pre-birthing side. And so it's like kind of cross like end to end the life cycle of having kids and everything that goes with it. But yeah, it's exciting. I think the guests are all really interesting. They all bring a different flavour to it. So yeah, it's really cool that we're going to launch.
Definitely.
And it's the first one.
Yeah, exactly. And in the future, because we're planning at the moment about training for healthcare professionals, especially off the back of the Ockenden report. So we've got lots of training programs up our sleeve that we're working on at the moment. And so yeah, I think the future of podcasts will be for healthcare professionals as well, so they can learn from each other. Peer-to-peer support, especially at the moment with the midwifery shortage, I think will be invaluable for them.
Yeah, amazing, very exciting. Was there anything else, Heidi, that you wanted to bring up? Perhaps anything else on the agenda? I know you've got some awards pending soon.
Yeah, so we have the awards on the 14th of November, which is very exciting. We've had hundreds of nominations, and I'm just so grateful for all the brands that have helped to sponsor us. Our main sponsor this year is Irwin Mitchell, which is really, really exciting. We're going to be working with them more so in the future, which is great. And we've just been awarded a large grant from the National Lottery, which we're extremely grateful for.
Yay.
Yeah, it's really exciting. It's for 3 years, and it just means that we're going to be able to reach so many more hospitals, so many more parents with our safer pregnancy messaging. We're able to employ 2 new members of staff to help us do that. So it's really exciting times. It's busy. It's very busy. I don't sleep much, but it's all worth it. And there'll be lots of achievements next year, I'm sure.
No, it's brilliant. Well done to you and the team. And thank you so much for the conversation today. And yeah, look forward to sharing the rest of the episodes to follow.
Yeah, I can't wait. Thank you so much, Marisa. Thanks for all your support and helping us with these podcasts, because yeah, they're going to be well received.
Oh, good. It's a pleasure. And most importantly, thank you to everyone for tuning in and listening. Hope you found it as interesting as we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
பாடும் பூங்குயில் பூநிலா நிலா தேனிலாதேந்து போ பின்னோரத்தில் நீலா இருள் திருவிழா காதல் துள்ளும் விழிகளின் ஒளிவிழா
கருமா நம்ம சென்னை சிட்டி அதை கடையாளந்தாய் எங்க பட்டி தொட்டி விழுக்குது பாருடி செல்ல குட்டி வயசுல தான் இது ஓல்டு சிட்டி பல பேருக்கு எங்கூரு கோல்டு சிட்டி சொல்லிக்குது பாருடி செல்ல குட்டி ஏ கொளுத்துது கொடையில வெயிலு பார் பறக்குது மின்சார ரயிலு ஏய் கொளுத்துது சம்மர்ல வெயிலு பார் பறக்குது மின்சார ரயிலு போவோம்மா காதல் ஜோடியா நான் ரெடி நீ ரெடியா எல்லாமே நம்ம ஏரியா சொல்லாத லவ் ஸ்டோரியா கோடி சோடா கூலிங்குமா ஜர்தா பீடா பீலிங்குமா அடடா கருமா நம்ம சென்னை சிட்டி அது கடையாளந்தாய் எங்க பட்டி தொட்டி இருக்குது பாரு செல்ல குட்டி சென்னை சிட்டி சந்தோஷம் Soloha. குடிச்சு பாரு கரும்பு ஜூஸ் ஓடி புடிச்சு பாரு டொல்பி பஸ் குடிச்சு பாரு கரும்பு ஜூஸ் ஓடி புடிச்சு பாரு டொல்பி பஸ் கையோட கைய கொக்கலாம் தோழரும் சாஞ்சிக்கலாம் என்னாலும் ஜன்னல் சீட்டுதான் காற்றோடு காதல் வீசுமா கோடம்பாக்கம் கோயம்பேடு கொத்த சாவடி காசிமேடு வள்ளுவர் கோட்டம் வியாசர்பாடி ஆழ்வார் பேட்டை அள்ளிக்கேணி சொந்த ஊரு யார் வந்து கேட்டாலும் சென்னை தான்னு சொல்லிக்கணி சிங்கார சென்னை தான்னு சொல்லிக்கணி டக்கருமா நம்ம சென்னை சிட்டி அது கடையாளமே எங்க பட்டி தொட்டி எனக்கு பாரு நீ செல்லக்குட்டி செல்லக்குட்டி ரோட்டில் பார்ப்பது ஹோண்டா சிட்டி இது வடகரி டீ கடை போண்டா சிட்டி நீ குடும் காத்தாடி மாஞ்சா சிட்டி சென்னை சிட்டி கருமா நம்ம சென்னை சிட்டி அது கடையாளமே எங்க பட்டி தொட்டி ஜொலிக்குது பாரு நீ செல்லக்குட்டி செல்லக்குட்டி டக்கல் டக்கல் சென்னை சிட்டி டக்கல் 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 பட்டி தொட்டி கல கல கலக்குது செல்லக்குட்டி நம்ம சென்னை சிட்டி அப்பா ஓகேலா ஓகேலா
மரம் மண்
என்னுயிர் நீதானே உலகநாயகனே உலகநாயகி நானே மென்பொருள் என்னை களவாடு செய் உன்னாசை உள்ளிட மென்பொருள் என்னை உலவாடு என்னாலும் நீ தேட
பொருள் அயல் வளையாது கொண்டாடு என்னோட பழசு அத நினைச்சு நினைச்சு கொள்ளுதடி மனசு சுகமா பிச்சு பிச்சு தின்னுதடி வயசு கரகம் புடிச்சு நெருப்பா போச்சு பெருமூச்சு
கரு கருப்பட்டி பொடி தூவி கடிச்சாலே கிறுக்கேறும் பாரு பாரு
புல்லு தட்டி பழசு அத நினைச்சு நினைச்சு புல்லு தட்டி மனசு சுகமா பிச்சு பிச்சு தின்னு தட்டி வயசு கரகம் புடிச்சு நெருப்பா போச்சு பெருமூச்சு
வவ்வால வலை விரிச்சு வவ்வால மீன் புடிச்சு கழுவித்தான் தோல் உரிச்சு பொடிக்காரத்தை தூச்செடுத்து கடல் எண்ணெயில வறுத்து சுட சுட வெள்ளுப்ப மிளக தட்டு ஒரு வாசம் போடாதா தெருவெல்லாம் பேசாதா எச்சி ஊறாதா உச்சி கொட்டாதா
புல்லு தட்டி பழசு அத நினைச்சு நினைச்சு கொள்ளு தட்டி மனசு சுகமா பிச்சு பிச்சு தின்னு தட்டி வயசு நெருப்பா போச்சு பெருமூச்சு
சுனிய காய வச்சு மிளகாய காம்புடைச்சு கடுகோடும் பருப்போடும் பெருங்காய சீரகம் சேர்த்து வெத்தாப்பா பொங்கி வந்து காத்து தோல் வெடித்து பசியாக தாளிக்க தீபாவளியே வந்தாச்சு வந்தாச்சு
புல்லு தட்டி பழசு அத நினைச்சு நினைச்சு கொள்ளு தட்டி சுகமா பிச்சு பிச்சு தின்னு தட்டி வயசு கரகம் புடிச்சு நெருப்பா போச்சு பெருமூச்சு
பாட்டுக்கால் வேக வச்சு மல்லி மஞ்சள் அரைச்சு காரம் தேங்கோட ஊற வச்சு கொதிக்கிற அழகப் பாரு குழம்புல குதிக்கிற குறும்பு பாரு நினைச்சாலே நெஞ்செல்லாம் ருசி பார்க்க தெஞ்சும் கை வச்சா ஒரு சுட்டும் மிஞ்சாது
புல்லு தட்டி பழசு அத நினைச்சு நினைச்சு கொள்ளு தட்டி மனசு சுகமா பிச்சு பிச்சு தின்னு தட்டி வயசு கரகம் புடிச்சு நெருப்பா போச்சு பெருமூச்சு
கோடி
much for joining us on our Mama podcast. We've known each other, oh gosh, a long time now, probably about 7 years, do you think?
At least, probably near 9.
Yeah, it must be. So it's just so lovely to have you here and for you to talk about the pregnancy helpline. And obviously we've got Marisa as well.
Hi, it's our first time meeting, Kate. But I'm really looking forward to this discussion, all the good work that you've been doing with Mama Academy.
Yeah, so Kate, tell us all about you and your midwifery degree and what you're up to at the moment.
Sure. So you and I first met when I was actually a student midwife, I think, at the time, and you were in the middle of the wallet campaign and trying to get that out and getting the wallets into trusts, and I can't really remember where I first came across you or the wallets, but I just remember thinking, what an amazing thing that it was to do, and learning more and more about the charity and and the work that you were doing just really kind of spoke to me as a student, and definitely shaped the training that I did and the midwife that I wanted to be, to become. And so I graduated 2016. So since then I've worked across kind of labour ward and postnatal wards and in community, and that's pretty much where I've been really for the last sort of few years, has been working as a community midwife across sort of variety of looking after different people, and that's all. I'm up in North Yorkshire at the minute, but I am from London originally. That's where my home is. So yeah, that's me.
You do quite a bit of commuting as well, don't you, back and forward?
I do, yeah. So having moved up to Yorkshire to have my first daughter, she has now returned to London to study. So yeah, I'm back and forth. I spend a lot of time on the A1.
Oh, so how long have you been up north for then? Quite a long time.
20 years.
Oh wow.
I know, it's a long time.
It is, yeah, completely different lifestyle compared to London.
Yeah, totally. It was fine for when my girls were younger, but where we live is quiet. So now that they're a bit older, it's a bit boring for them where we live. So yeah, I can see why the lure of the big city appealed.
And aren't you really busy at the moment because you're doing a master's and you've got lots of different qualifications, and you're about to embark on a new role in a scanning clinic, I believe?
Yeah, so we're not set up yet for that, so we're just still getting going. But yeah, so lots of different hats basically that I wear all the time, and that's okay. That keeps it, for me, that's good. There's variety, and I do lots of different things. But yeah, some days it's a bit, what do I need to do? I have to have a really good app on my phone to keep me structured about all the different things that I need to do and when. And yeah, including I'm doing a master's level qualification as well, just to add on something extra to keep me busy.
My gosh, that's a lot of juggling, a lot of multitasking. And what diplomas have you got?
So I have a couple of diplomas. I have one in aromatherapy, and then I have one in grief and bereavement counselling. So those are the two that I have on top of my degree.
And I really wanted to talk about the Rainbow Pregnancy Helpline, because obviously you are our midwife behind that. So tell the listeners all about the Pregnancy Helpline that we've just launched.
So the pregnancy helpline is open to anyone really, and when we first sort of talked about doing it, we really weren't sure quite what response we might have, and whether we would be suddenly overwhelmed, and we sort of looked initially at keeping it small, but now we've been able to really sort of open it up to anybody that's experienced a pregnancy loss and feels that they need a little bit of extra support. So in terms of the helpline, it's available 24/7, but we're not staffing it, so people can ring in, leave a message, and we get back to them per conversation as and when suits them. For at the minute, for as long as they need to talk through, and it might be that they just want some early pregnancy advice, or they're thinking about pregnancy and not sure how they're going to navigate their feelings, or it might be that they need regular continuous support throughout the pregnancy. And it's not that, you know, ideally people will have a really good relationship with a midwife and potentially an obstetrician as well, and we're not trying to take anything away from that. You know, obviously there is lots of evidence that having that good relationship with their care providers is really important, but sometimes just having somewhere external that you can just pick up the phone and speak to somebody different who doesn't necessarily know you that well but is able to just listen can be a really, really important part of navigating a subsequent pregnancy.
And
Yeah,
how did you, oh sorry Heidi, I was just going to ask, how did both of you come together to set that up in the first place? Because it sounds like it's, you know, obviously a wonderful initiative and benefiting so many people.
Well, I first heard of the need through another bereavement midwife, actually, and it was a year ago. It was during Baby Loss Awareness Week in October, and I was discussing the needs with this bereavement midwife in Hampshire, and so she was telling me, you know, it would be great to have this service where parents that are expecting again after a loss can ring up and get that extra support, because NHS services are on their knees at the moment, you know, and a lot of bereavement services don't have the time or the budget to be able to support parents in that way. So they have extra appointments, perhaps, that are medical appointments to do extra scans and speak to a consultant, but there's not that sort of counselling support in between. And when I was speaking to some bereaved parents, they were saying, you know, to go onto a waiting list to access counselling can take months and months. So that's why I approached Kate, because I'd known her for so long, and I knew about her diplomas and all the great things she was doing in her career. And so I approached her and said, would you like to help me set up this Rainbow Pregnancy Helpline? So with the help of a grant, we were able to launch it earlier this year.
That's great. And I can imagine those hurdles as well that people might have to go through if this wasn't available can end up putting people off, so they just never get that support that they need.
I think as well, a lot of early pregnancy is quite difficult, because even if you're on you know, an enhanced care pathway because of a previous loss, you're not necessarily going to get much care in the earlier part of pregnancy. It tends to sort of step in sort of third trimester. So the first and second trimester can be really, really tough in terms of not having access to much support and not necessarily seeing a midwife or a clinician very much. And so that kind of leaves people a little bit sort of exposed, and you know, we're not necessarily going to be able to give them the answers that they're looking for, but being able to explore how they're feeling and talk that through can make a big difference.
Yeah.
I remember when I was pregnant again, I just felt so lost, because I had to go back into that hospital, back into those antenatal rooms, and it was very much deja vu. It was extremely scary. Having to have a scan was just the worst thing ever, you know, because I just, every time I would look at the screen, I just, you know, I didn't think there was going to be a heartbeat there, you know. But you get yourself through that initial appointment, and then you walk away and you come home, and that's when all the trauma sort of comes out, and you think, how can I do this? How can I get through tomorrow? You know, it's just so hard, and you never feel like you're going to bring a baby away at the end of the 9 months. You know, previously you went into hospital, well, I went into hospital and came out with about a bunch of flowers, you know. It's a really hard time, and you feel like no one understands. Who am I going to talk to about this? People want to talk to you about your next pregnancy because it's hope, and they want to be positive, and they're like, oh, you're pregnant again, you know, this is really exciting, you know, and they want to talk about this new baby. But for me personally, I didn't want to talk about the new baby because I just couldn't picture bringing them home again, you know. It's very difficult, and you don't want to feel as if you're betraying the baby that you lost. That was very much an emotion that I went through. I didn't want Aidan to think that I'd forgotten about him, because I was now pregnant again with the next child. Grandparents might want to be getting excited, but you just can't. It's just a real mix of emotions. But it's also important to try and prepare yourself for the next pregnancy, because it was successful. I then had my son Tobiah, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got a baby. What do I do now? So it's really important to have those conversations with someone who understands, because you do actually need to prepare yourself for when you do bring that baby home, because otherwise you can experience all sort of postnatal depression, etc. So I think this helpline is really invaluable for parents, just to have an outlet, to have somewhere to talk about the baby that they've lost, and also talk about this new baby without feeling guilty.
I think as well, when you're picking up the phone to somebody, it's not the same as being sat in front of somebody where you feel potentially that you could let your guard down a little bit more and explore thoughts that sometimes feel difficult to say when you're sat in front of somebody. And a lot of the times people have been expressing the things that you've just said, and also kind of feeling that nobody really understands why they would feel that way, and that they should be excited, and they don't understand why they're not. And it's exploring sort of emotions that might feel difficult to talk about in other ways, in other circumstances. I know some people have sort of described feeling almost like a new sort of bereavement, because they've realised that this pregnancy isn't going to be a fun one. It's not going to be an enjoyable experience. They're not going to enjoy the baby showers and all the things that kind of they were looking forward to first time round. And it's like a new bereavement of kind of those nice feelings, and I'm never going to enjoy a pregnancy. And sometimes it's hard to sort of talk about those things and say those things to your care providers, and that's why I think the helpline is a really nice sort of place for them to kind of explore some of those things that might otherwise be difficult to do.
Yeah, I wish it was available when I was going through a subsequent pregnancy again as a lifeline, because I remember being at work. I went back to work, and people knew I was pregnant again, but another colleague suddenly announced their pregnancy, and I found that really hard. And then someone else had just had a baby, and they brought the baby in for everybody to see. And I just couldn't at that time. It was just too soon for me. It was, I found it very hard. So I had to go and hide in the toilets. And it's moments like that, when you come home and you just wish you could pick up the phone and speak to someone and say, look, I feel so alone here. No one understands. I don't want to feel bad for that person that's just had a baby. I don't want to put a downer on their joy. But at the same time, I just need somewhere to release my grief. So yeah, I wish that it had been available for moments like that, and they take you completely by surprise as well. They really do. So has there been any other struggles that parents have come to you with?
I mean, a lot of the time it's the recurring themes, and it is the things that you've said, and like I said about kind of that grieving that pregnancy, but lots of feelings of kind of guilt that isn't warranted, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist and it's not valid, is it? And it's feeling that people can express that they feel guilty, or that they don't want to hear about other people's pregnancies, and it's that they're not being selfish, or any other feelings that they might perceive about how they're feeling, and sort of being able to share that with me is quite a common theme, I think. Kind of being able to say, this is kind of how I'm feeling, and I know I'm probably being selfish, but this is what I need to do, and I guess that's a key part of it, is kind of this is what I need to do, is it okay? And that's, sometimes it's just that validation of how you're feeling. Those are some of the key sort of themes that we get, really.
Yeah, you don't. I think in times of grief, I think your family and friends try and fix things. Whereas I can imagine speaking to someone almost anonymously, you don't know them, just allows you to say how you really feel, rather than put on a brave face. And all of the circumstances you've described, Heidi, must be so difficult.
Really hard, because you want to honor the baby you've lost. You want to keep their memory alive. That's very much important. But you learn over time as to when it's appropriate and when it's not. Because people would say to me, oh, have you got any children? Or how many children have you got? And that's always such a hard question. But then you think, well, if it's the checkout lady that's asking me in Tesco's, she notices my bump and she says, oh, is this your first? It's best just to say yes, and pack your shopping up and move away. There's no point in getting into an emotional conversation with the checkout lady. However, if it's someone that's more meaningful and someone that you think you're going to see again, etc., then you might feel safer to open up to them and say, well, actually, this is my second, my first child, passed away, or he's in heaven, or however you want to describe the situation. And then really it's down to how safe you feel with that person and sharing the circumstances and what happened. It is a really hard situation to be in, and it's hard to find other people that understand what you're going through, and even now, I've had 2 other children, and if someone was to ask me that question, sometimes I say, oh, well, actually I've got 3, but one isn't with me anymore. Because time has gone on and I feel able to talk about him now. But that's why we have the Carry Their Names campaign each year, so parents can remember and honour their babies, and they have hearts that they collect and they take to different places where their babies never got to go. And the campaign's lovely because lots of siblings can get involved in that as well, and obviously dads can get involved with that, and grandparents, etc. So yeah, it's knowing how to talk to those siblings about that baby as well, so we always celebrate Aiden's birthday every year. We do something with the children, take them to Legoland or the zoo or whatever, and we celebrate his birthday because we just want to remember him.
Nice.
Yeah. And that's something that has come up on the helpline, actually, is how do I make my other child part of this pregnancy? And like you say, it can be really difficult to kind of navigate that kind of, should I keep things separate? How do am I betraying this child with this pregnancy? And I can't open up the memory boxes and things that I have now I'm pregnant again. And there's no right or wrong response. There's no right or wrong way to deal with it. But what we can do at the helpline is kind of talk that through a little bit and explore some of those feelings, and try and find a way forward that that doesn't necessarily make things better, but make somebody able to sort of move through and navigating those feelings a little bit more.
For me, because Aiden was my first, I didn't have that challenge of having to explain to the sibling, that their baby brother or sister's died, and I mean that must be absolutely horrendous. And then when you're pregnant again, how do you explain to that child that this baby isn't going to die? That must be so hard. I know on our website we have a book called There's a Rainbow Baby in Mummy's Tummy, so that helps explain things to children, because I can't imagine what children must think, all the emotions that they must go through if they lose a sibling. That must be so hard. But that's why it's important to keep their memory alive, I think. My children love talking about Aiden, and they show their friends his hand and footprints, and they always explain about him, even though they never met him. He is part of the family, and I think that's really important. It's important to us to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And do you get many calls to the helpline, or do you support parents looking to try for a new baby after suffering from a loss as well?
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody is going to have a very different reaction to even thinking about a subsequent pregnancy. You know, for some people, the idea is just not even, it's not even on their radar that they would even want to think about having another baby. And some people, they want to get pregnant really quickly, and there's no, you know, it's very personal. But I think for a lot of people, what they are unclear about is what their care might look like in a subsequent pregnancy, and there may be a lot of anxieties around that. And because we cover the whole of the UK, and every trust is different and every personal circumstance is different, I can't necessarily say to somebody, well, this is what you'll be offered and this is how it will be. But we can explore what it might look like, how they would go about accessing the care, their options, you know, where they might want to, whether they might want to return to the same hospital, whether they would like to look at a different hospital. For some people, that, you know, the familiarity of going back to the same place is important to them. For some people, it's just not an option to go back to the same place. And just knowing that they can do that they can make those choices is really important in sort of just giving back a bit of control, and removing some of that anxiety. And we can explore on the helpline, you know, the things that might be triggers, that might be difficult, that might be a hurdle, and not necessarily removing them, but certainly looking at how that person might be able to get through them, and what they could request in terms of, you know, from their care providers, such as being seen at you know, different room or different person, or extra scans at particular times, you know, all those things that they could ask for. You know, we could make sort of a bit of a plan and explore that together. And some of it might just be about coping strategies and how they're going to get through all these hurdles as they go along. And for some people, it's hard to think, you know, about each hurdle all the way down the line, and it's about each individual little one, and that's okay. You know, we can do it either way. Some people need to know exactly how they're going to do the whole pregnancy, and some people need to just work through one bit at a time, and that's what we're there for, really, is to try and explore some of that as well.
Thank you. And most importantly, I mean, we'll put this as well within the podcast information and stuff, but how can people reach the Rainbow Helpline?
So there is a phone number, and it's basically a case of ringing up. The phone line is open 24/7 in terms of being able to access it, but it's not staffed, so it goes through to a voicemail facility where you'll hear Heidi's lovely voice, and you just need to leave a message just telling us, you know, how to contact you, when you'd like us to contact you, and as much information as you want to give us at that point, and then we will just ring back at the earliest opportunity, to either speak then or to book in a time to have a conversation.
Great, and we'll include
details. Sorry, I'm just thinking all the details are on our website, but the phone number to call is 0203 6428 121. And if midwives want flyers, we've got lots of flyers that the community midwives or bereavement midwives can hand out to their rainbow parents, and then, you know, they can take that flyer away, put it on their fridge, and then call us when they feel ready to.
Excellent.
And I think that's a key thing, actually, Heidi, is you know, we're trying to raise awareness, but it's kind of keeping that awareness up. Somebody might have been given a flyer at some point, and then forget about it, and they don't know how to contact us, or you know, a midwife mentioned it to their friend 3 months ago, but not, you know, they don't know. So yeah, we do need midwives, definitely, and doctors to just keep sort of putting the word out and saying this is an extra service, you know, that might be useful.
Thank you so much. Before we close, I think just one last question to you, Heidi. What else is Mama Academy doing to support rainbow parents?
So we obviously have our Carry Their Names campaign that I mentioned earlier, but we also provide stickers for parents to alert the healthcare professional that they've had a previous loss. and they can be put onto a pregnancy passport or a mama wellbeing wallet. Again, they're all available on our website, and the wallets and the passports notify parents about certain signs and symptoms to look out for, and they really encourage parents to call their midwifery team if they've got any concerns or problems at all. We have some rainbow pregnancy bundles on our website, which is part of the Fly Mama corporation, so they can have a look at them and have a look at those bundles to see if they think that would help them during their pregnancy. We've got Carry Their Names t-shirts, so you can have your baby's name printed on a t-shirt as part of our Carry Their Names campaign. And obviously we're part of Baby Loss Awareness Week in October. There'll be lots of awareness posts that parents can share during that week. And we're currently looking into designing a bespoke mama wellbeing wallet for rainbow parents, which will have different things on it and different things inside about mindfulness activities, anxiety toolkits, that sort of thing. So that will be coming soon. So yeah, there is different support, and there's lots of information on our website under the baby loss section as well.
Amazing, thank you so much. I think, you know, between you, you're the super duo. What you've managed to achieve on the Rainbow Helpline is incredible, and the support that you're providing to so many parents. You know, thank you. And thank you for the podcast today. It was really nice talking to you both.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Kate, for joining us.
Pleasure.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. And we hope to have you back at some point on series 2, maybe.
Ooh.
Take care.
Okay, kid, this is it. Just head down that path there to the playground. Kids are expecting you. Have a great field trip.
Oh, hey! First time at the park, huh? Cool! You're gonna love this place. You don't have to be scared or anything. These kids are really friendly. Not to mention a lot of fun. Go talk to one of them. What's the matter? Don't you want to go play with some of the other kids? Hey, I'm Tommy. You like Toy Story? Well, let me tell you, if you do, you're gonna love this place. Let's play some Toy Story Pretend. I'm always Sheriff Woody. And you can be your own toy. Now picture this. We're at Sunnyside Daycare, and Bonnie's real excited because her grandma's coming for a visit. Bonnie wants to show her that she's been taking good care of the family toy Granny gave her. Mr. Pricklepants! But Mr. Pricklepants fell out of Bonnie's backpack. Which means we gotta get him out of Sunnyside
and into the car before Bonnie and her mom leave for the airport to pick up Grandma. We need a plan to get you over that gate.
Oh, well, perhaps if we procured a battery.
You're a genius! Nice work! You know what? I think we should do this more often.
Okay, Mom.
Don't let up. You're almost there.
Aren't you excited?
No, we can't drag our boots now.
Now listen here. I have to get to that car. If I'm not there when Grandmama arrives, Bonnie will be devastated.
Just jump up and grab the rope. You are looking good. Put on your climbing boots, partner.
Is Grandma here yet? What if her plane lands before we get there? We have to hurry, Mom!
You know, I'll always miss Andy. But I gotta say, Bonnie's room has been really good to us. Might want to take a look around, maybe see what you could throw stuff at. We need batteries, partner, and fast. Come on, partner. Mr. Pricklepants is counting on us.
Won't you help me to get to Bonnie? It's of the utmost importance.
Hey, howdy, hey. No, we can't drag our boots now.
We're gonna pick up Grandma at the airport in just a few
Almost. Wow.
Yeah! All right!
Keep going. Okay, you gotta jump, then jump again. Shake it off, partner. Shake it off.
Okay, butterflies.
Mommy, wait for me!
Line up inside, please.
This calls for some good old-fashioned elbow grease. Let me see you slide. Look around. There could be something you could throw that at. We gotta keep looking. There have to be batteries somewhere. Hey, partner. Try activating that thing and see what happens. Come on, guys! We can't let a few missing batteries beat us! You are one cool... Oh, well, looks like we're gonna have to climb. You are so close. Almost there. You know, I really don't get to drive enough. time for lollygagging. Ho-ho! And I thought Bullseye was fast. Just a little further.
Goodness, Sheriff. Now what do we do?
We hold on. No matter what, do not let go. Next stop, the airport. See that, guys? We can do anything when we work together. Great
Teamwork, everybody. That was awesome, partner. I'd play Toy Story with you anytime. Just come back if you want to play some more. Hey, you got a fan who wants to try out a new idea for an adventure with you.
Hey, I'm Autumn. You like superheroes? I do. The Incredibles is my favorite. You want to be a super with me? I'll be Violet, 'cause it would be super cool to turn invisible. What if we were on No Manison Island with Mirage? Now that Syndrome's gone, we have to check to make sure the island's safe. But one Omnidroid is still active. It kidnaps Mirage and takes her inside the volcano base. We've got to save Mirage from the
We've got to save Mirage from the Omnidroid.
Let me go, you horrid machine!
I think we have to open that door. So I bet we each need to stand on one of those activators. Hurry, come on! The clock's ticking. We need to go. This should be interesting. Not to rush you, but we should probably go save Mirage from that evil robot. I think we need to find a way to open the gate. We just might have... Great job. Looks like we're in for some jumping. Wow, I'm definitely glad we're friends. thinking, partner. Now why don't we go save Mirage? I think we're supposed to be finding Mirage and saving her from that Omnidroid. A lot of this stuff looks like it could be thrown. Time to, go. Mirage is in pretty serious trouble. How do you think Mirage would feel if she saw us wasting time like this? Next time, Mom and Dad, you know what? I'm proud to be your friend. It's okay. Looks like we'd better slide. Incredible.
Please!
This is definitely a sliding situation. I'd love to stay here all day, but I don't think Mirage would appreciate it.
Quickly! Please!
Our tropical island's supposed to be all fun and beaches and stuff.
Somebody help me!
I'd have to say that was super duper.
I don't know about all...
Okay, this part is a little scary. Well, I think we can cross that off our to-do list.
Thank you. I knew I was in good hands. You two truly are incredible.
Well, that's what the I stands for. But I couldn't have done it without my new friend. We really did it! We saved Mirage! That was pretty incredible! We make a
super duper team! Wow, that was awesome! Let me know if you want to play again, okay? Because I'll be a super with you anytime! Okay? Because I'll be a super with you anytime! If you're not busy, I heard this kid say they had a cool new idea for you. rat. Je m'appelle Celine. And let's say Skinner, the mean chef, just called the health inspector. So he'll see the rats and Cousteau's and shut the place down. And Skinner caught our rat friend Twitch. He's showing him to the health inspector as proof. And the health inspector put Twitch in a jar. We've got to get that jar to
Linguini so he can let Twitch out. That way he can stall Skinner and the health inspector while we get the rats out of Cousteau's. Gotta work fast. First we need to get rid of these pigeons. Hey, I bet that water will scare them off. It's foolproof. Come on.
I don't mean to be a burden, but kinda can't breathe in here. Are we almost to Linguini?
Way to keep your eyes on the prize! What we need is something good for throwing. Short breaths, Twitch, short breaths!
Somebody call the exterminator!
Fantastic work!
Oh, your beauty is exquisite.
Way to go!
This will be my masterpiece.
You can do it, just slide. I need you to slide now.
Did you study with balance sheet?
Paris is a great city to be a rat in, if you know how to work it. Hold on, Twitch. We're trying to get you some help. Shake a leg. We need to get that jar to Linguini.
I could really use some air. No, seriously. Please get me to Linguini.
All we have to do is get Twitch to Linguini. He'll take care of the rest. We've got to get Twitch out of that jar. Let's get to Linguini's. Beauty and brains. Just lucky, I guess. I am so proud of you. You're gonna be great. All you have to do is jump on.
Oh, rats! Back, foul creatures! The scourge of the city! Back, I say! On guard!
Let's get a little slide action going.
What's the matter, little buddy? You need some help? Health inspector?
Oh, thank goodness. Twitch is saved. And we have time to warn the other rats. That was pretty exciting. Except for the whole almost losing Twitch part. I mean, you were
Fantastic! That was so much fun! Anytime you want to play on the rooftops of Paris again, you come and find me. Someday I'm going to visit France myself. Until then, all I need is this park and my own imagination. And maybe a little Gruyere. One of the other children was to try out a new pretend scenario with you. It's so exciting.
Follow me. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Can you go faster? Great. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ready or not, here I come. Today's the day. Oh boy. I'm not so good with directions. Let's go. Wow, look at that. Not good.
Okay, fine. You're going fine. Okay?
It's okay if you want to spend some time by yourself. Everybody likes to do that sometimes. But just remember, all of these kids are going to want to play with you whenever you're ready.
Hey there, you wouldn't by any chance want to play cars, would you? Well, you sure came to the right playground. I'm Shelby, and I'm crazy about cars. I love playing Mater. He cracks me up. Hey, what if we're at Willie's Butte in Radiator Springs, and Lightning McQueen is looking for a new car in his racing team? That's you.
But first, you gotta try out. So you're gonna have to pass the Tomater Fancy Driving Challenge. Yep, I designed this course specially so's only the bestest drivers in the whole world can finish.
And I've got complete confidence in Mater. If he says you're good enough, that's good enough for me.
Oh, it ain't what I says, it's what the Tomater Fancy Driving Challenge says. Okay, buddy, show me your fancy driving skills by getting through this here test course fast. Shoot, all you gotta do now is follow Sheriff.
Mater says you can drive. Well, I'll be the judge of that. Let's see your driving skills, friend. You've got some big hubcaps to fill, my friend, but I hear you're up to it. You just try to catch me. Okay, rookie. Let's see what you're made of. You sure look the part, I'll give you that. I've seen some pretty good drivers in my day, and you definitely got potential, kid.
You're doing great. Now, keep your eyes peeled. That was cool.
Mater's right. That was some of the best driving I've ever seen. You are going to be a great addition to my team.
Indeed. I was observing the whole time. That was a most impressive display.
This is Holly. She's my girlfriend.
Our friend here would make an excellent racer, but an even better spy. And we've a mission that's perfect for your speed and talents. That is, if Lightning doesn't mind waiting.
Of course he can wait. Can't you, Lightning?
Well, who am I to interfere with British intelligence?
You done good. I bet Lightning's gonna sign you up today. I know you was gonna impress everybody, but
this is better than axle grease with transmission fluid on top. I'm proud of you, buddy. That was more fun than a barrel of greasy lug nuts. I'll play cars with you anytime. Just come and find me. You feel like pretending something new? Because I hear some kid's got a great idea for you.
I'm Jeffrey. I was hoping you'd come over. I'm guessing you like up. Me too. I especially like Russell, because I want to be an explorer when I grow up. What if Charles Muntz knew Kevin had baby birds, and he kidnapped him in his dirigible and flew off? And then Kevin jumps on Mr. Fredrickson's house to say we need to use it to save them, except the wind blows the house away. It's floating down over the river. We're gonna have to go rafting to get to the house and save Kevin's babies. We gotta hurry! Come on! Hey, rafting is fun! I want to do this again tomorrow! Maybe I could get my dad to go rafting with me. He would love this. A wilderness explorer never gives up. We have to get Mr. Fredrickson's house before it's too late. Keep up the good work, Wilderness Explorer. This again tomorrow. So we should probably try to get Mr. Fredrickson's house back. I've never stopped the house before, but I'm pretty sure we can do it. Do you want me to unleash? That's it! You did it! Wow! You're doing really great! Don't be scared. Jumping's easy. If we let his house get away, Mr. Fredrickson's gonna be pretty mad. Hurry! The house is almost gone! I didn't know you could do that. That was the best ever! Ever! No worries. You'll get another chance. Hey, look! We're almost done! Hey! You were really close that time. You're doing great. You deserve a badge or something. I don't want to jump right now. My feet hurt. Run! You're almost there! I can do it! I know I can! Geronimo! I know! Whew, that was close. Hey! It's like it says in the Wilderness Explorer Handbook. Work together! And that's just what we did. Now I can use the house to save Kevin's babies. Wow, you're a great explorer. You know that? You can explore with me anytime. Adventure is out there. Wow! You have other kids coming up with new adventure ideas for you and everything. I gotta hang out with you more.
Hi, my name's Roger, and you're just in time. I'm about to blast off on a new Toy Story mission. Ready? I'm Buzz Lightyear. Let's pretend we're riding on the back of Bonnie's mom's car. Then when we get to the airport, Al is there from the toy barn. He's on his way to a toy museum in Japan. And he sees this awesome, one-of-a-kind, and really valuable hedgehog toy. So he grabs Mr. Pricklepants, puts him in his bag, and sends the bag to the airplane. Now we've gotta find Mr. Pricklepants
before they put him. Move out! We can't let Al take Mr. Pricklepants to Japan. The secret to sliding is to not hold on. The finish line is in sight. Chin up, buddy. Nice. Enjoy the slide. This may not be flying, but it is sliding with style. Quick, sit down the road. Now.
Passengers of Far East Flight A113 to Tokyo, this will serve as your final boarding call. Flight A113.
We have to hurry. We're running out of time to save our friend. It's time to free Mr. Pricklepants. Understood? We have to get Mr. Pricklepants out of that bag. Let's look around. There should be a likely target to throw that at. We are not leaving Mr. Pricklepants in that bag. Not on my watch. It's time to free Mr. Pricklepants. Understood? Our prickly friend will never survive alone in a foreign land. We have to go. I do like to watch you work. How can I be of service? Enjoy the slide. Off you go. Down the slide. You're doing great.
You ever see
Ladies and gentlemen, from the cockpit, this is your captain speaking.
Someone help!
And we'd like to welcome you aboard Far East Flight A113 non-stop service to Tokyo, Narita. This is your captain.
Let's get climbing.
Looks like we're hitting some turbulence.
Let's get climbing.
Turn on the fasten seatbelt sign for the next few minutes.
That toy is not going to Japan. Not today. If we let Al take, we need more toys like you around. You called? The secret to sliding is to not hold on. Don't forget to take in the sights. Chin up, buddy. It's better than flying. It's falling with style. You are a toy. A great toy. And don't you forget it. Take Mr. Pricklepants to Japan. We did it! All toys are safe and accounted for. Nice work! Our mission with Mr. Pricklepants is complete. I am one proud space ranger. Nicely done, my friend. You, my friend, are great
in a crisis. And anytime you want to play Toy Story again, just come find me. I saw a rocket take off once. It was super loud. It was like an earthquake, a volcano, and lightning, all wrapped in one. What you need is a new mission. One of the kids has one for you, I think.
What's up? I'm Eli. Hey, somebody told me you're an Incredibles fan. Well, I'm just like Dash. When I was little, they used to call me Turbo. So you guys saved Mirage, right? Cool. But what if we find out that wasn't the last Omnidroid? That the whole Omnidroid factory is back online. And a new Omnidroid 9000 is working. It's following its original programming to destroy the city by creating an army of Omnidroids. So we sneak into the base and activate the auto-destruct sequence to destroy the factory.
Auto-destruct sequence activated.
And now we have to get off the island before everything explodes and sets off the volcano. Which would be so cool. I mean, it would be bad. Really bad. Come on. Time to dash. Seriously.
Take the volcano with it. Run!
That was amazing.
The base is set to auto-destruct.
I always wanted to try the luge.
You don't have much time. You've got to get out of there before the base explodes.
Got it. What school do you go to? Wouldn't it be cool if there was a whole school just for supers? Come on, we have to hurry. Don't want to get caught here when you
The base is about to come down around you. You've got to get out of there now. The entire base is going to explode in just a few moments.
This is gonna be awesome. All I gotta say is awesome.
Hurry. When the base suffers,
I love climbing.
The volcano may go with it.
We get to jump? Yes!
Move as quickly as you can. You don't want to be anywhere near the explosion.
If the base goes up, it may take the volcano with it. Run!
You're doing great. This is gonna be better than a roller coaster.
Keep moving. I don't want you caught in the blast when the detonators go off. You don't have much time. You've got to get out of there before the base explodes.
Getting blown into a million pieces is not my idea of a fun vacation. I always wanted to try the luge. The bad guys won't even know it hit them. Sweet. No way I'm letting Violet tease me because I forgot to run. So, can we go, please? Woohoo! Let's go sliding! wanted to try the luge. Best adventure ever! And wow, you were great. Did you see that explosion? That was awesome! Being a super is pretty cool, huh?
I love this family. Let's play Incredibles again sometime soon, okay? See ya. My dad says I tire him out. I told him I tire myself out sometimes. Oh yeah, this kid said they had a cool idea for a new adventure. Go find him.
Hey, I hear you like ratatouille. Me too. My name's Peter. Okay, I'm gonna be Emile. That's Remy's brother. And you can be your own rat. And what if there's this big rainstorm? The skies over Paris are opening up. Rain's coming down in buckets. It pours through the streets and into the sewers. The drain pipes are filling up fast. Pretty soon, the whole sewer's gonna be flooded. And Django, that's her dad, he had a boat loaded up with food and supplies for the rat colony. For just such an emergency. We gotta get out of here. This whole place is gonna be underwater
any second. Hold on, son. First, we gotta get the boat back safe to the colony. I need you to pull those handles and open the sluice gates along the way, or we're gonna be trapped. It's a boat, not a submarine. Now go! Come on, Chop, move it!
Never fear. It's me, Emile. Dad's gonna be so proud. Nice work. You're almost there. Just jump onto the rope and slide down. Looks like we're stuck. Doesn't feel like climbing. I'm glad you're You need a hand? I'm actually an excellent swimmer. Floater, too.
Water's rising! Pick up the pace!
We are seriously out of time. If I got this right, we're gonna have to clear a path so we can get this boat to the sewer. You ever see my dad run an attic full of rat traps? In his day, he was amazing. This calls for a toast. Great. We're gonna get wet. This is not as smooth as I thought. Looking good, buddy. That's unusual. Whoa! Watch out for that current. Oh, yeah! When we're done, I'm gonna treat you to some delicious garbage. Look at you go!
Get a move on. Let's go.
Oh boy, the food's here. We're saved.
This is even more fun than it looks.
Great work.
Nice work. I couldn't have done it without you.
Nice work? Dad actually said nice work. This may be the best day of my whole life. Anything you don't want to eat, just toss it over here. You did good, huh?
Listen, anytime you want to play in the sewers again, you just find me. See you later. I wonder what Emil decided to do after Remy opened the restaurant. Maybe he's like the official taster. Of course, Emil likes everything, so that might not work. Somebody was looking for you. They got a whole new idea for an adventure.
It's right there. I'm not so good with directions. Great.
right, gang.
It's fantastic to have you here. We obviously met on LinkedIn, and I absolutely loved all your LinkedIn posts, you know, talking about culture consciousness and your insightful conversations. So tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so really the core ethos of what I do is really about cultural consciousness. And cultural consciousness is the awareness of your own cultural identity. And when I say cultural identity, I'm not just talking about race or ethnicity. I'm talking about protected characteristics. What makes you you, those intersections of your identity. So, for example, I'm a Black, gay, dyslexic man, right? So that's four cultural identities. And I'm aware of that. I know that, and it's aware of that in yourself and the awareness of that in other people as well, and how those cultural identities interact and interplay with each other. So really, I have insightful conversations, which is meaningful conversations to help people become more aware of culture and just remove it away from just being race and ethnicity and looking at it as a broader sense so that we can have real inclusivity, equity, equality, and inclusion, right? So that's the basis of what I do. And it's really about allyship, getting people on board on the mission and helping us understand that we all have our cultural identities where there's a dominant and maybe a subordinate or a marginalized identity within us ourselves, and is recognizing that to lift up marginalized voices as well.
So how can we help each other then? How can we be better allies?
So being better allies is really, and I'll give you an example. So even though I come from multiple, marginalized groups, so Black, obviously, we're massively marginalized in the UK and the West. Gay, I mean, I was told a few years ago that I'm allowed to marry. So if someone gave me permission to fall in love, which I find so bizarre, but there you go, and when it comes to neurodivergency as well, the world isn't built for neurodivergence. So we have to carve our own way out and think outside of the box, right? So within the marginalized, you can be marginalized within the marginalized till you fall into the cracks somewhere. But even within the marginalization, I recognize that I'm a man, right? And within society, it's a man's world currently, which it shouldn't be, but it currently is. So that's where my privilege lies. And privileges are things that are afforded to us without, we don't have a choice over it. So I didn't choose to have male privilege. It was just the way society is set up, and I have male privilege. Now, the question is, what do I do with that male privilege? So if I'm walking down the street at night and I see a woman walking alone in front of me, because of my male privilege, I'll cross the road, right? And that's a symbolic act of lifting marginalized voices through an action, You know, I don't have to go and throw myself in front of a horse at the Royal Ascot to stand up for women's rights or women's equality, right? I can cross the road. That's something I can do in my own personal domain. It's a day-to-day act of kindness and empathy, you know, and it just makes other people feel seen, heard, understood, and let people know that, yes, I see you, I get your struggle, and I'm here for you. I'm an ally. And that's all anybody wants, really. So that's what I champion. I champion allyship because even if you're marginalized and, you know, oppressed in so many other ways, I'm sure there's an aspect of our identity which is dominant over someone else. And you can use that to lift up someone else's voice. So we're not hypocrites, right? If we're asking for allyship and support and all of that, then we should do it too. So yeah, that's the core ethos.
Thank you. I love that. And, you know, it really doesn't take much, does it, to just call it out and say, you know, it's not appropriate, mate, or whatever terms you want to use. I'm just wondering, like, what's your background and how did you get to be doing what you're doing today, which is so inspirational?
Oh, wow. So that's a big question, and I will sum it up for you. So as far back as I can remember, I always felt and remember feeling outcasted, an outsider, feeling that I have to hide my authentic identity for fear of rejection or worse, violence, you know, criminalization, whatever it may be, or even at worst, death, just because of who I am, you know. So in certain places I've been to, I've been targeted just because of the color of my skin. In certain places, I've experienced discrimination just because of my sexuality, right? So as far back as I can remember, I've always remembered a part of me that tried to suppress himself. Don't be authentic. Fit in. Be invisible. Be quiet. Don't show them who you are. And I lived with this for so long. And what it does psychologically is it suppresses our nature. And as a psychologist, I am now aware that anything of our emotions or our thoughts or our feelings that we just try and suppress and we don't actually work through, it's a recipe for unhealthy negative emotions, poor mental health, trauma, all sorts of stuff. So as I was going through my 20s and my teens and all of that, I lived a very traumatized life. There was no self-loving, there was no self-acceptance, because those things are things that we need to experience from our external first. Unconditional loving acceptance. We get it from our primary caregivers, secondary caregivers, and tertiary caregivers. And if you're not feeling that or experiencing that, then how do you internalize that for yourself? So I went through my, you know, my 20s and even my early 30s, still trying to grapple with that, you know, figure out how can I accept myself with so many flaws and become happy and thrive in this world rather than just trying to survive. And it came to me in an invite from friends because friends see you. And sometimes we become blessed in life if our relatives who we share the DNA with, who actually don't owe us anything, don't give us that, then we go out in the world and we find chosen family. And I was so blessed that I found them. And they were like, Jarrell, you're such a good speaker. You're such a good listener. You're so profound in your feedback. You're always so helpful. You're so empathetic. You're so understanding. And at first I was like, oh, whatever, you know, whatever. And then after a while, I was like, actually, yeah, I am. I am. I am. I am. And they're like, why don't you try an introduction to counseling course? And I was like, I will. And here we are.
That's amazing. So that's how Ben Pong talking therapy came about.
Yes.
How long
yeah.
have you been doing that?
So about 9 to 10 years now. So it's almost a decade I've been in the field, and it's been an enlightening and challenging experience as well in that sense. Like coming from having my own mental health issues, my own trauma, and now being able to name my trauma, I'm aware that it wasn't only my trauma. I had my childhood trauma. Everyone does to an extent. But apart from that, I had to battle with historical trauma and racial trauma and intergenerational trauma. And trauma around my sexual identity. And trauma around my neurodivergency, you know. So it's an uphill struggle, but again, through that, it gives you the awareness and the language and the experience to help other people who are experiencing a similar kind of nuanced trauma, that they need someone to really understand it and feel it, to hold their hand and guide them through it, letting them know that it will be okay.
And that's so true, because we do all have our own traumas and we've all been through different difficulties in life, etc. And you talking about culture consciousness, that's so interesting, because I think there's a real fear of approaching people and getting to know people that we think are different to us.
Yeah.
And actually, when we actually start talking to them and asking questions, you're right, we might not be the same sex, we might not be the same skin color, but there might be other attributes that are the same. Like you say, you could find out that you're both dyslexic, or you've both got a condition or an illness that you're dealing with, or whatever
Exactly.
it is. And then suddenly you have that connection.
Commonality, you know, you're like, oh, we're not so different after all, you know. And it's about finding that commonality, looking for the common threads. As human beings, we have different experiences, different backgrounds, different genetics, different geographic location. So the differences are apparent. Yes, we're all different. I'm different from you. You are different from Marissa. We're all different in that sense. But we can find commonalities, though. Why don't we spend the effort to look for that? The differences are so apparent. I mean, no one needs to tell us our differences, right? It's very clear to see. Right? No one needs to state it. You know, it's obvious. It's like stating the obvious. Like, why say that? You know, why say it? I can see. You don't need to tell me, you know. But let's dig under that and see. Maybe we have different commonalities there. And that's where we bond, you know, and that's where we see ourselves in each other, you know, and that's where we don't other people or alienate people, because then we find empathy. People only treat people in such an exclusionary or marginalizing way when they have zero empathy for them.
Yeah, I love that. And obviously in the maternity sector, you've got all sorts of different cultures and people's backgrounds that are trying to access healthcare. And sometimes certain presumptions are made and misconceptions are made. So why do you think people from certain cultures don't access healthcare? I know the Black and brown skin community find that quite hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's very nuanced, right? So it starts with the genesis of healthcare treatment, modern healthcare. So in the book, I talk about, I overlap the timeline of slavery and colonialism with the timeline of modern psychotherapy. And then I do a geographic overlay as well, so that you can see where all of the fathers of psychotherapy come from. So during the time of the genesis of mental health care, right, then we had slavery and colonialism going on. So the dominant thoughts of these people in these countries, which was North America and Europe, in North America and Europe, their dominant thinking was of the time. And at the time, it was almost condoned that Black and brown people are second-class humans and don't have the mental capacity to govern or take care of ourselves. So white people must do it for us. And that idea still lingers right? In like charity adverts and stuff like that. You know, Black people need a handout. Black people need help. They're the people that are destitute, you know? So it creates this kind of air that, you know, Black people can't and white people can. And that creates a mistrust amongst Black people because we know we can. You know, we're also doctors, we're also lawyers, we're also surgeons, we're also anesthesiologists. So we're like, so that creates a fundamental mistrust because we know that there's a racist genesis in the systems. So it's systemic and it's never been fully addressed. Never, ever been fully addressed. It's always been brushed under the carpet. We know it happened, but we don't talk about that. How do we expect to get resolution in conflict if it's not aired out on the table and everyone is able to have their say and both parties are able to reach a common understanding and move on from it? How is it ever going to happen? So there'll always be this mistrust until the healthcare system accepts how racially abusive they had been to Black and brown people in its genesis. You know, in medicine, Black people were experimented on without our knowledge.
What do you think schools could do to better educate our children? Because I'm just thinking, you know, the media is so influential that you've just mentioned there. What, you know, should we be changing education in schools to make us more aware of cultural differences?
So it would be really nice because I'm English Ghanaian, right? So I say English Ghanaian and I put English first because I'm very Ghanaian, but I am English born, bred and raised, and I live here. You know, so most of my cultural identity is English. You know, when I go to Ghana, they're like, the English boy. You understand? And then when I come to England, they're like, oh, the Black guy. You know? So I'm in an intersection there, right? And before I went to Ghana when I was about 12 for the first time I can remember anyway. And I remember when my mum said, we're moving to Ghana, I was horrified. I was like, why? Why do you want us to move to Ghana? Because my conception of what Ghana was, and even Africa in general, because I didn't know anything specific about Ghana, because they didn't teach that in school. They kind of taught us about Africa. And my perception of Africa from kind of school and history lessons and the media, what the media was showing was a really destitute, wild place, full of diseases and suffering. And people lived in huts and up trees. And I know this sounds like the stereotype cliche, but that's what I believed because that's what I was told. And I didn't have any other frame of reference because I didn't see Africa on telly apart from in a David Attenborough documentary where there's lions and gazelles and hippos and stuff like that. So I'm imagining, oh my God, I'm going into a David Attenborough documentary and I am so scared. And when I landed and we got there, I was like, it was nothing like that at all. There was no lions. I never saw any elephants. There was no tree houses. I had to actually try and beg my parents to make one and they didn't. So I used to live up in the mango tree. There was nothing like that. Yes, there was mosquitoes. Yes, it was a different culture. Yes, it was, but it was just another culture. It was another civilization. Yes, we had been held back from, you know, slavery and colonialism and neocolonialism and, you know, poor economics and poor governments and stuff like that. Yes, but the people, the place was so much more vibrant and so much more diverse than I could ever have imagined, you know? So I think schools, definitely. You need to upgrade your curriculum and show things in a true light that's non-biased, that doesn't have a colonial undertone.
Mm. Yeah, I think it's so deep rooted in our history. And I say history lightly because it's actually not even, all the atrocities that have taken place aren't even very long ago. It's like part of our current. And this, unlike other aspects of society, has just been kind of like swept under the carpet. It's not treated the same. And I think to your point around, cultural consciousness and getting to know people. I mean, it's just so powerful when you get to know people on an individual level. Like I know us three look very different. Well, we look very different to you, Jarell, and I really want you to be my friend. Immediately I get your energy and nothing else matters.
Yeah, because
And
we see
it's
commonality in each other, right? We
Yeah,
can connect on other aspects of our humanity because we're
Mm.
aware that we're multifaceted, right? And if one facet, we don't have to have exactly the same facets in order to get along.
Yeah.
I know you like dancing as well. We should go dancing.
I love it. To me, it's a spiritual experience. So let's go and have that spiritual experience together.
I'm in. I like dancing too. I'm not particularly good at it, but I'm first on the
You don't
dance
have
floor.
to be. You don't have to be. It's just being your authentic self to the music. That's what it's about.
Especially after a couple of glasses of wine. So how can we be more inclusive, and what's the language we should use? Because part of being with the healthcare professionals, all the reports that I read and statistics, etc., they all mention the word BAME. But what is the current language that we should be using at the moment?
This is always so interesting because the language always changes. And to be honest, a lot of Black and minority ethnic people don't like the terminology of BAME and BIPOC and all of that, because what it does is it takes Black people, which is like a whole continent and a whole diaspora, and, and lobs us into one lived experience. And then it takes other minority ethnics who are from completely different cultures and lived experiences and lobs them in with us as well. So it kind of and it's the same with even the LGBTQIA plus. My experience is not the same as a trans woman's experience or a trans man, as a gay man, as a Black gay man. Is it a completely different thing? So I think sometimes when we dilute those kind of broad brush and amalgamate, marginalization and discrimination and strife and struggle into one big suffering group, it just kind of minimizes the nuances in the challenges that they face and the nuances in the solutions that that we must come up with. And that's why intersectionality is so important. And that's why cultural consciousness is important. Because even under these broad umbrella terms, there's so many nuanced cultures in there that we can't just do a one size fits all. Oh, this will work for BAME people. You know what I mean? This will work for women. So no, this will work for Black people. No, it doesn't work for that. It's it has to be a slightly more nuanced, more granular. You know what I mean? That's the difference between equality and equity. Equality means doing a mental health program at work. Equity means doing a culturally conscious mental health program at work, where you give people what they need and don't just give everybody a general thing, because some people need other things and some people don't need it at all.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
What do you think? Can you give us some ideas as to what people can do differently from tomorrow?
So I always say it's in the small things. So I gave the example earlier that I don't need to go and throw myself in front of a horse at the Royal Ascot to be a feminist. You know what I mean? But it's doing the little things like crossing the street, like saying, that's not cool. You can't do that. All right, don't speak to her that way. Leave her alone. And not being afraid to do it or asking a question. I'm wondering, I noticed you didn't say anything when that happened, but I'm wondering how you felt about that, if it bothered you at all. You know, it's asking questions. By the way, I'm not sure of how, I've seen your name written, but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Do you mind pronouncing it for me? Oh, it's Kwabena. Oh, okay, because I couldn't pronounce the KWA bit. I didn't know how that sounded out. Where's that name from, actually? Actually, the traditional Ghanaian name is from the Ashanti tribe, and it means Thursday born boy. And the female counterpart of my name is Abena. So there's really 14 names in the Ashanti tribe. And then you become a little bit more culturally conscious, right? Because you ask the question. And the person feels
I think
seen.
that's it with, I think names are really, really important actually. And I know like whenever I do any work, I make sure I can like pronounce everyone's names properly and spend like ages, you know, like double checking.
Rehearsing
and
it.
people are cool if you get it. Yeah, people are cool if you get it wrong as well. And you're trying and you're like, you know, it takes a few goes. But I think people shy away from doing it.
The key word is
just because they're scared
trying.
of getting it wrong.
The key word is intention. What is your intention?
I met someone last weekend actually, and he was just beside himself that I repeated his name back perfectly. He was so shocked. He was like, "Oh my gosh, no one has ever got my name right, ever."
Yeah.
It was Hakobo.
Yeah.
And I said it back to him, Hakobo, and he was like, "Wow, oh my gosh." And then he just like followed me around.
Yeah.
He thought it was amazing.
Because what does that communicate?
Right. Yeah.
It communicates acceptance. It communicates that I see you and I hear you, you know, and I respect you. And who doesn't want to gravitate towards that? Who doesn't want to be around that more? You know what I mean?
I know.
Everybody wants that.
And you see, like, you know, lots of people just adapt, which also they shouldn't be expected to do. So, you know, lots of people are like, "Oh, hi, I'm Hakobo, but you call me Dave." And you're like, "Wait a minute,
like, why?"
Because it's so exhausting sometimes.
Yeah.
To explain it over and over and over again, especially in a culturally unconscious environment where it ends up being something of ridicule. So when I was growing up as in school, my name was written Kwabena Bempong Jr., you know, and that was the name that was on my registration in school. But because people saw Kwabena, they turned it into Ribena because they couldn't be bothered to pronounce it. And then it became something to tease me with. And then it became something that traumatized me. And then I started thinking, maybe if I had a generic white name, then I would stop being teased and maybe I'll be accepted. You know, so you start going by the name Junior instead, because it's easily pronounceable. And then you reach the age of 28 or 30, and then you realize that actually I'm a senior and I'm no longer a junior. So how am I going to deal with that? So it's trying to fit in and stripping yourself of your cultural identity. My name has so much culture tied to it. You know, I just told you a cultural story just from my name, you know, and if I stripped it and was too embarrassed to say it because of the trauma of being teased about it and the unconsciousness and the insensitivity of people not even trying to make the effort to pronounce it properly and ridiculing my name, which has so much cultural importance to me and so much pride, then what am I going to do? I might think of calling myself John Smith.
Don't do that. You've got a beautiful name. Don't do
that. But you see the pressure. Sometimes you're like, you know what? Life has given me too much problems. I'm really dealing with racism. I'm really dealing with homophobia. I'm really dealing with my dyslexia. I don't need to deal with my name again. I'm just going to change it so it's just easier. And like, you know, it's something I can change. I might as well just change that. I can't change my skin color.
My son has the same problem actually. He's about to turn 13 and his name is Tobiah Lysanias. And we chose that name because it means the goodness of God drives away sorrows. You know, his younger brother was stillborn, so he's got this very special name. But you know, his friends tease him; they can't quite pronounce it right. Teachers call him Tobias, and he's like, "No, I'm not Tobias. I'm Tobiah." And if they want to know his middle name, then people just come out with lasagna. So, so he's just known as Toby sometimes.
Yeah, and kids can be so mean, right?
Yeah.
Kids can be so mean because they're unaware, you know, so they just say things and they find things funny, but they don't realize the impact it has on someone for seeing themselves and accepting themselves and being their true authentic selves. And that begins the trauma of a really long road of, you know, compounding issues that we have to kind of work through when we're adults, which is so, you know, such a waste of time, right?
So how do you think the NHS can be more inclusive? Because they must deal with so many different people.
Yeah, so in the NHS, I can speak about the NHS from like the kind of mental health practitioner aspect, and even as a patient in the NHS as well. So from the mental health point of view, throughout all of my training as a mental health practitioner, and I did a few different diplomas and courses in it, and every single one, I was 1000% the only Black, gay, dyslexic guy. 100% the only Black, gay guy. Always, if anything, the other Black person, but the other Black person will be a woman because there's more women in the field than there are men. So I was always some sort of enigma in my classes. Now, if we're speaking about the topic of cultural consciousness and being aware of our own cultural identity and the interplay with someone else's, you know, and in the field, we don't see people within our own culture that we can identify with. How the hell are we going to get accurate, successful therapy? We're going to have higher dropout rates, lower success rates. We're going to spend most of the therapy session explaining ourselves, our cultural nuances and our cultural background to the more than likely middle-aged white woman therapist, right? Who is a middle-aged white woman and maybe knows nothing about what it means to be a Black, gay, dyslexic man. So even though she's a therapist and well-meaning and well-intentioned, it needs to be more nuanced than that. Otherwise, you'll always miss the mark, always miss the mark. So the disparities in Black mental health and the uptake in Black people in healthcare and mental health care and all of that is the lack of representation. If you don't see yourself, you don't think you belong. So there's this old trope that Black people say that therapy is a white people's thing. It's a middle-aged white people's thing. I mean, middle-class white people's thing. Or it's just a white people's thing. And I'm a Black therapist, and I maybe agree. You know, because there was none of my identity in the curriculum. There was none of my identity in my peers. You know, by the time I qualified, I hid behind a logo because I was afraid no one was going to hire me, because I just couldn't see myself in my tutors, in the people running the faculty, the council and faculty. When I thought of the fathers, there was no representation. So I'm like, who the hell is going to hire me? You better hide behind the logo if you want to get some work. You know? And it was only after I overcame, you know, that racial trauma that I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be a Black therapist for Black and cultural minority people and show my big face all over my website and all over the internet and on the back of my book, and just put my face out everywhere I can, because I hid it for far too long. Because how are people going to identify with it and say, no, therapy is for Black people too, if there are Black people saying, hey, I'm here. I won't be a lighthouse, I'll be a Black house. And I'll call all minorities, we be Black, gay, rainbow, everything. I'm here. I get you. I get your cultural nuances. I get what you experienced trying to look for healthcare or mental health care. I get it. I get it. I experienced it. But it doesn't have to be that way.
That's so powerful. You just mentioned your book. Tell us about your book.
So it's called White Talking Therapy Can't Think in Black. A punchy title, I know, but it's exactly what I spoke about. So throughout, in my first experience of therapy, I experienced, and at the time I couldn't name it, but now I've got the vocabulary. I experienced microaggressions and racism in the therapy room, which was the most unexpected place. So I remember in the first therapy session, after our check-in, and this was a white, middle-aged therapist, female called Holly, right? So I was like, oh, but at the time, you don't think about this. You just think, is she a nice person? Can we connect? You know what I mean? You just think of those generalized things, those things like, oh, maybe do I feel comfortable sitting with her? Is she qualified? Is she, registered? You think of those things. So I sat in the room really up and raring to go, overcome all the kind of cultural stigma that stopped me from going to therapy or seeking help in the first place. Like we don't like the mistrust or thinking it's not for us, or the underrepresentation, or the lack of education, or the lack of community outreach. All of that are things that the healthcare system needs to take care of that. But I experienced none of that. So stepping into the therapy room, I was super anxious. But I was like, I need to qualify as a therapist. And this is the only barrier getting me there. And even though my whole being is telling me you're not supposed to be doing this, because in Ghanaian culture, you don't talk about your personal issues, especially if it's got to do with your family, to anyone else. Because we're a communal living structure and there's no idea of an individual. You are part of a family, which is part of a tribe, which is part of a, a clan, which is part of a country. There's no individual there. So I had to overcome all of those, mental blockers that most cultural minorities have to go through, in order to step into the therapy room. And then once we did our check-in and everything, she asked, oh, Jarrell, tell me about your passion. What a question to ask me when I've just found it and I've been searching it for so long. So I obviously sat up and I was like, I love psychotherapy and I've been looking for it for so long and it took me so long to find it. And now I'm understanding, where my trauma comes from and I'm able to help people. And I realized that I have a skill of active listening and paraphrasing. And I realized I'm really good with words. And I was like that because no one had ever asked me such a question like that before, right? And I noticed Holly just chilling into her seat and listening to me. And obviously I went into a massive monologue. And then when I landed, she was like, Jarrell, I sense aggression from you. Right. So I was like, no, Holly, I'm not aggressive at all. It's just that when I get excited, I talk with my hands and I gesticulate. And no one's really asked me a question like that before. So I really wanted to express myself and I got really excited. And I really don't want you to think that I'm aggressive and I don't want you to feel afraid or worried about me. And then luckily the session ended. And I left that session so deflated thinking, therapy is not for Black people. I was like, this confirms it. I was like, I'm trying to become a therapist and I experienced this. So therapy is not for Black people. To compound the issue, when I got home, I had an email from Holly saying, I can no longer work with you and here's the refund for the next session and pick it up from reception the next time you're here. So this is not isolated to me. I found that this is common practice. And not only in mental health care, where we're supposed to be the most empathetic, the most non-judgmental, the most caring, the most understanding. And look at what happened. And that wasn't the only time it happened to me. It happened to me multiple times to try and seek therapy. It happened so many times. I only ever had successful therapy when I was about 36, 4 years ago. Can you imagine?
Honestly, I'm speechless, but I can believe that happens on the regular. So many people, like you said, but I'm so grateful that you do what you do and I'm really excited about reading your book. Just from
Thank
this
you.
conversation, it's like a real teaser for me, and I can't wait to get into the detail. And the fact that you've overcome so much hardship and you've turned it into something so positive to help other people is just amazing.
I've got a beautiful metaphor for that I'm going to share with you guys. And do you guys ever watch Game of Thrones or any kind of medieval things with a dragon in it?
You know what? I think it looks like Heidi's the same as me. I think we're the only two people in the world that haven't watched Game of Thrones. And my husband does all the time. He's like, start again.
Okay, any
a lot of things, but not that
any cartoon or movie or anything with a dragon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the dragon always guards treasure. It's always a huge, magnificent beast, right? Ancient and wise, and has powerful wings and scales of steel. And there's always a protagonist going to try and slay this dragon. So dragons are like those challenges I experience, like racism in the therapy room, or homophobia, or sexism, or misogyny that you may face. These are all dragons. But what I've learned is that you don't slay a dragon. Are you kidding me? What a wasted resource. They breathe fire. They've got wings. They guard treasure. They're ancient and wise. They're huge. Why would you slay such a magnificent beast? A really patient, a really patient trainer can tame that dragon. And then that dragon will bow and let you jump on his back and ride it. And when you ride that dragon, it will breathe fire for you, and it will take you where you need to go, and it will whisper that ancient wisdom in your ear and illuminate your path for you. So you don't
Thrones to Avatar.
Oh yeah, there you go. It's metaphors in movies, right? But it's real. We don't attack or fight. We create allies. We bring on side. You know what I mean? You don't kill it. You understand it. You be patient with it. Learn how it works. And eventually it will lower its head and allow you to climb on its back. And it will take you on an amazing journey. And that's what I do. I go about my life slaying dragons, and I help my clients and people who I work with to also slay their dragons. So eventually we have a fleet of powerful beasts working on the same cause of mental well-being, diversity, equity, equality, and inclusion for everybody, And I think that's what it's about. I think it's not about fighting. The core tenet of what I teach is allyship, and it's forgiving ourselves and others.
Wow, that is so powerful. Oh, that's huge. Thank you so much. I'm beaming. Isn't that the perfect world to live in?
Yeah, tame your dragons, ride them, and they give you a really fun ride. I mean, look at me. I stand in my truth, and I say I'm a Black, gay, dyslexic man. This was like a lump in my throat that I could never verbalize. But look at my life now and what I do. I use these things that were the bane of my life. You know what I mean? That I thought that made me think I'm not good enough, or not acceptable, or invisible, or not worthy, or not lovable. Right? All of these things through society and the way society viewed us made me internalize these thoughts. And when I finally decided, no, this isn't right. I'm not gonna live my life like this, and I'm gonna be patient. I was like, I understand that I'm a minority in this world, but I'm gonna be patient, and learn to love myself from the inside out. Like RuPaul says it the best. If you can't love yourself, you can't love anyone else, right? And it's the same in cultural consciousness. If you can't see yourself and your cultural identity and your own cultural nuances, then it's impossible for you to see someone else. Then you become culturally unconscious. And that's what brings rise to bigotry.
So true.
Thank you so much. I've been inspired, and I'll take your messages of allyship and, dig deep and think about where I can do more. This conversation's been amazing.
Thank
you so
you.
much. Heidi, over to you to close.
I've learned so much, Jarrell. I've got so much to think about. I can't wait to listen back to this and make lots of notes. It really is inspirational, and it just shows you, just the little things can
Just
make
a
such a
little.
difference to people. And actually, we don't need to be fearful of the difference
No.
because there's actually similarities and connections that we can make with people, and we can learn from each other and be allies.
As long as we dig, if we ask questions, remember, a therapist has nothing but powerful questions, right? Therapists don't give advice. We don't tell people what to do. We don't lead. We don't do anything. We just ask powerful questions. Now, if that's a therapeutic tool to get to know someone on a deeper level, I think it's applicable in the real world. Don't be afraid to ask questions. It makes people not feel invisible. It makes people feel heard, accepted. You know what I mean? Interesting. It makes people actually start to see themselves, because a lot of us feel quite invisible in this world when you feel marginalized and discriminated against. So when someone takes the time to ask you a question, and not just a generic question like, oh, how you doing, mate? You know what I mean? Oh, I see you're wearing these beads. Where did you, tell me about them. Where are they from?
Yeah.
Oh, someone says, oh, I'm from Kenya. Oh, what's the capital of Kenya? What's the main food that they eat there? Maybe go on holiday there once instead of going, it's just being a bit more, I'll go to a Kenyan restaurant, and try the food. Or learn how to say hello. So in Ashanti, my language in Ghana, hello is eti seng, eti seng. So whenever I meet someone and they know I'm Ghanaian, but we haven't really interacted before, and they say eti seng, oh my God, I'm blown away. It feels so amazing that they've taken the time, and I can tell they're not from my culture because maybe they're white or Asian or something. And they're like, oh, you're Ghanaian. Oh, your name is Kwabena, Thursday born boy. Saying, I'm like, what? Are you kidding me?
Blows you away. Yeah, because they made the effort.
It's so nice. It's so nice. So please, let us not be so afraid to ask questions. You know what I mean? And just take the time. Even if he said, he pronounced the Etisane wrong or the Kwabena wrong, I'd still be as equally chuffed because he tried. He made an effort.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? Or they'll ask me, they're like, Gerald, do you think Ghanaian jollof or Nigerian jollof is the best? Now, jollof rice is almost like an Indian biryani. And there's like wars in Africa over who makes the best one, because it's like a continental dish we make. And there's this long running battle between Ghanaians and Nigerians of who makes the best one. So when someone outside of those two cultures says, come on, who makes the best one, Ghanaians or Nigerians? You're like, what? How do you know about that beef between us two West African Anglophone countries? How do you know about that? It just is so heartwarming, So it's the little tiny things, crossing the street, learning a phrase, inviting me to a Ghanaian restaurant. I'm like, you're inviting me to a Ghanaian restaurant. Okay, let's go.
I love it. Just such little things can make such a difference and be so impactful.
It does.
I love it. I've learned so much, Darrell, and thank you so much for your time. Good luck with the book, because it sounds awesome. It really does. I've learned so much, and you're such an inspiration. So please continue doing the amazing work you're doing.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate you guys having me on today.
To follow you on LinkedIn.
Yes.
Now, it is a simple idea that has saved a life. A list of warning signs given to expectant parents indicating possible problems during pregnancy. For one family from Lincolnshire, a chance look at the notes prompted them to get checked at hospital. 4 hours and an emergency delivery later, baby Amelia was born 6 weeks premature. Our health correspondent Vicky Johnson has this.
She means everything in the world, absolutely everything in the world. It's absolutely amazing just to be a mum.
Amelia, the most precious of babies. Her arrival comes after endless rounds of fertility treatment and after her older sister was stillborn.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Every day we just can't stop smiling at her, can we?
No.
Amelia, though, was 6 weeks premature and her mum Bev only went to hospital after checking the advice printed on a wallet given out by midwives.
Nothing felt right. I just needed to get checked out. And I just looked at the wallet and thought, I need to see what it says. And it just said, trust your instincts.
The Wellbeing Wallets are produced by a charity aimed at reducing the number of stillbirths. They're usually given out to parents who've lost a baby, but midwives here are giving them out to all expectant mums across northern Lincolnshire.
This is key information, key concerns, you know, when to be worried, when even on it, when not to be worried. So actually, it's just really important. I hoped and I knew they would be beneficial.
Amelia was born following emergency surgery after a scan revealed a problem with blood flow to the placenta.
I just couldn't stop crying because it was a weird feeling, because I was obviously excited and overjoyed and brilliant that Amelia was here and I heard her cry, but also my mind just went back 18 months ago, because when Alicia was born, I never got to hear Alicia cry.
Proper little sweetheart and his little princess.
Bev and Pete have the happy ending they've always craved, and now it's hoped the plastic wallets will help many other families too. Vicky Johnson, BBC Look North, Wintringham.
Lovely stuff. A strong message here to read the leaflets and the plastic wallet.
Ava's Fund has been set up in memory of our second daughter, who was stillborn on the day before her due date. This fund has been set up and is working with a registered charity based in Bridgewater called Towards Tomorrow Together. And our aim, whilst working with them, is to raise awareness of and reduce the stillbirth rates across the southwest.
We've raised £11,000 so far. Initially, it was for a few different charities that first helped us, and now it's for Ava's Fund.
Yeah. In the introduction of the Mama Academy wallets, at a cost, so these are the wallets, and that's at a cost of £7,800. And that will fund 10,000 wallets, which basically covers on average a 2-year period at Derriford Hospital for the number of pregnancies they have every year. And the idea is that these are given to mums at their booking in appointment. They keep their pregnancy notes inside, and it's got key information to protect, to look after mum and baby from day one of pregnancy to giving birth. Right. Points out key information and things that we weren't necessarily aware of, like call your maternity unit immediately if anything happens, any of these things happen. These are the normal signs of labour, trust your instincts, and there's a massive section on the back about monitoring your baby's movements, and it helps eliminate the tales, the old wives' tales that you're sometimes told, like babies' movements slow down. Every NHS trust that these have been introduced within, they've proven to have a positive impact and reduce their stillbirth rates. So if we can do that locally and help other families, prevent it from happening to other families, it's such a simple idea, but it can make such a huge difference.
Gemma, tell us about you, because I think you're in Dubai, aren't you?
Yes, I have been living in Dubai for the last 3 years now. Actually, this is my 3rd year. So I'm here with my 2 kids, 7 and 9, and my husband. So yeah, it's great when it's not too hot.
Yeah, I can imagine. I imagine it must get really hot. What's the weather like at the moment?
Hot, hot and getting hotter, it seems. I reckon 2 or 3 more weekends and it'll be manageable. But yeah, it's not good at the minute.
So tell us what
Heidi,
you do.
you carry on. I was just gonna dive in and say, if you're really British, you can like give it a good go outside in Dubai at the moment. It's 36 degrees, but it's quite easy to baste out there.
Yeah. You know, when I go back to the UK, even a UK summer, I think is cold. I sit there with a coat on and freezing. I'm just so used to now living in this hot desert. But yeah. You wanted me to say what do I do? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Tell us about what you do.
So I am a pain relief coach, and I help people with chronic pain to recover without medication or surgery. Basically, by teaching them about the latest science and research to do with pain, and helping them to get out of the pain fear cycle, which it's so easy to get into. Yeah, with surprisingly quick and good results. You know, it's a whole new way of looking at pain. So it's an exciting field.
And how did you? So that's very interesting. But I mean, how on earth did you even get into that field?
Oh, well, yeah. So I got into this field because I lived with back pain for 10 years, and I went down the traditional medical route, medication, physio, osteopaths, chiropractors, up until the point of having injections in my spine just to get enough relief from the pain. And when my kids were tiny, I couldn't even lift them from the floor to a high chair. Like the pain was excruciating. So after sort of exhausting every single thing apart from surgery, I was literally on the waiting list for surgery. And then someone got me onto neuroplastic pain, which is what I discovered that I have, and which a lot of people have. Neuroplastic pain basically means the brain is misfiring signals into your body, creating pain long after the actual thing is healed. So yeah, and then within the space of 2 or 3 months, I was having days with no pain at all. And then shortly after, I was back to doing everything I've always done. So I think realizing how easy it is, relatively easy it is with the right education, that was the turning point for me to pivot my career and throw myself into this new field, which has been so rewarding. I can't tell you, like, just to see people, especially mums, just seeing mums get back to being mums without that kind of heavy, it's exhausting having any kind of chronic pain. So yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, it's really hard for mums because obviously we're juggling so many different things and we've got so many things going on in our heads. I feel like I've got like 20 tabs open all the time. So what were the effective strategies that you put in place then to try and get over this back pain?
Well, the first thing was really understanding the science behind pain. And pain is a signal that's trying to tell us something. So like you put your hand on a hot stove and the pain tells you, I must lift my hand off right now. But what happens with chronic pain is the body should heal naturally. Most things should heal within 3 months. But if it goes on longer than 3 months, what's effectively happening is the pain signal is still firing telling you this should be painful. So for some people, it's like sitting should be painful, or for some people, standing should be painful. And there's many different symptoms with chronic pain, but ultimately it comes down to the body or the brain, let's say, thinking that there is something wrong with you. And then we very quickly get into the pain fear cycle. So the very first thing was understanding the science. And then the second thing, and the most important thing, was not being scared of the pain. And the minute you can get rid of that fear around the pain and just allow it to be a sensation that's there and you're not scared of it, then that's when you're back in control. And you can start to move through it. And then I think alongside that is recognizing the reason I was in that state in the first place is because my nervous system was really in overdrive. Like, it was working, it was telling me I should be scared, but my nervous system was what we call dysregulated, and I needed to get back down to a state of calm. It's only when you can calm your nervous system that your body will heal itself. So yeah, that's a very high level description of what I did, but yeah.
How do you, I guess, Heidi and I were reflecting before this conversation where we both had instances of pain, and you helped me personally, Gemma, through mine, where I was ready to have an operation on my foot, which was due to an issue came up on the MRI, so I was sold on it. But actually, after practicing some of the techniques that you taught me, I was able to overcome it, and now it feels like it's completely fine. But when you're in that state of, which was amazing, so thank you again, but when you're in that state of, I've forgotten the words you used, but where you're kind of dysregulated, how do you know that you're in that state? Like, how do you become aware? Because I found whenever I'm incredibly stressed, it feels like the world's like coming in and I see no way out. You just don't see clearly. And, I think that would be really relevant for our listeners, particularly with crazy families or the pregnant or, across the board.
And I really like this question because there's not a straightforward answer. If you'd have said to me, are you stressed at the height of, like, I had the worst back pain ever. I had 2 kids and I was leaving the house in the morning to go and do a full-time job and then come home and try and be super mum in the evening and then super wife after that. Like, if you'd have said to me, are you stressed? I would have said no. At no point did I kind of think that I was stressed at all. Like, because I was juggling so many things, I couldn't afford to drop a single ball. And so what was happening is my body was stressed and it was showing the signs with back pain. Now, for some people, it would be migraine, pelvic pain, fibromyalgia. Like, there's so many different ways that the body can react. Hair loss, skin, itchy skin. The list is almost endless, right? And everyone has a different thing, but it's actually easier for people to feel physical pain than emotional pain in many cases. So this is why it was an interesting question, like, what does it feel like? For me, it felt like back pain. But I do know for other people, it might feel like anxiety, like heart palpitations, just really on edge. I think looking back, the indicators for me, other than the back pain, I was very snappy with the kids. They would do something, they're great kids, but they would do something and I'd find myself going, all the time. Like, and then there was always this like little voice in my head going, why me? Why do I have to feed them? Why do I have to do the washing up? Why? Like, almost like I was a victim, but I never voiced it. It was just like going round and round in my head, like, I have to do everything. And I just did do everything. But I kind of was suppressing it the whole time. Does that make sense? Do you resonate with that? It's like, it's hard being a mum.
Yeah.
Like, really hard. But if I look back on how I was then versus how I am now, I'm a lot more allowing now. Like, I just kind of go with the flow. I'm a lot more, take it easy. I'm more of a take it easy type person.
I think for me and Heidi, I'd be interested in your reflection as well. When I had the issue with my foot, it was actually quite a long time after I had been really stressed. So it was like I was actually getting into, like, you know, I mean, I've completely changed the way that I operate and what I do as a career because of, you know, I just sort of had a realization that I wanted to do something completely different. And with that became a lot less stress because I'd gone from like a big corporate job. But I found the pain actually came like sometime afterwards, like a year after. So when we were talking, I was like, well, I'm not stressed, but I had been through some like really big things.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'd say that's probably the same for me. And that's why it's so hard to pinpoint it sometimes, like to an actual event or something that's happened. If it comes out, like you say, months later. But that's definitely something to be aware of, that can happen. The symptoms obviously come out, you know, later, because I think sometimes when we then relax, because we've removed ourselves from that stressful situation, that's when the body suddenly goes, oh, I've been through something quite traumatic actually. And then it comes out a lot later, doesn't it? And so I just find it so interesting, especially for mums, because we're so busy juggling so many different things. We don't really take the time to try and figure out what is actually going on. I'm just also thinking, Gemma, about, you know, the healthcare professionals as well. Obviously, you know, when they're talking to their patients about chronic pain, are there any sort of tools or practices that could support them in learning more about this?
Yeah, I think the key is a doctor, let's say, has got 10 minutes maximum with a patient, right? And the question that they need to be asking, instead of like, tell me about the pain, you know, let's have a look at this MRI, I think the question is, how are you? Like, how are you really? What's going on for you? You know? But unfortunately, is 10 minutes long enough to open that subject with someone, you know? And so many times the subject's not opened, but a lot of the answers would lie in that question, you know? Really having the patient feel like they've been properly seen and heard. And also when it comes to chronic pain, doctors, like I mentioned at the beginning, like if it's due to a dysregulated nervous system in the brain, like it's literally the brain misfiring signals. So if you're going to see a skin specialist about your skin or a back specialist about your back or foot, like Marissa, those doctors aren't trained on the brain. So no matter what they do, they're not going to find the root cause of the issue. So I think it's just having an awareness that there is something other than physical that could be going on. It's interesting that you asked that question right now, because there's a book I recommend to absolutely everybody. It's called The Way Out by Alan Gordon. It's amazing. It's so easy to read, and it talks in a very almost like humorous way about chronic pain. And I love his style and simplicity of this subject. And so I'm right in the middle of doing his practitioner training right now. It's every Sunday evening. So I was literally doing it the other night. And that course is made up of coaches like me, but also a lot of doctors are on there. And so the other day I was partnered with a doctor. We're in a big Zoom room, and I was partnered out with this doctor, and it was so cool to be with a doctor that was open enough to be like, this makes sense, I get it. And you could see the relief on her face that she doesn't have to find all the answers using MRI scans, because the answers are not in those scans. She's been looking in the wrong place. And so I'm hoping more and more doctors will start to look at the latest research and science and do that. But the answer is always, the clients have the answer, or the patients, you know, what is going on emotionally right now? Or like Marissa said, like it was like, what's been going on in the last year? You know, what was the question to ask would be, well, when this started, what was going on? And the answer will be like, oh, it was when my mother passed away, or it was 3 weeks after this happened, or 2 weeks after that happened. Like everyone has different things that happen, redundancy, or a husband being made redundant, you know, all of these things, it can cause chronic pain, quite simply. So yeah.
if you're going through something currently, I'm just thinking, you know, a lot of women can have fear of giving birth, or they're very anxious during their pregnancy. They may have had a previous loss, or they might just be very sort of fearful and anxious anyway going through a pregnancy. What sort of techniques could they do to get through those 9 months?
Sure. Also a very interesting question, because if I reflect on my 2 pregnancies, I had back pain for 10 years, but during 2 pregnancies, I had 0 back pain. For 9 months, I had no back pain. And then the minute my son was born, the back pain came again. And then when the next one I was pregnant, no back pain whatsoever. And about two weeks after she was born, I couldn't get out of bed. I was in that much pain. So everybody is different. But I just wanted to share that. But going back to the fear question, it's about recognizing the fear, labeling it and admitting, you know what, I'm really scared about X, and then doing grounding techniques. So for example, asking yourself right now, am I safe right now? You know, find evidence to prove that you're safe right now. You know, I am sitting in a house that is safe. I have a family that is safe. I have I'm holding a teddy bear that's soft. Like, things that are true right now. Anything that's true will pull you into the present, because fear is always about something that hasn't even happened yet. You know, and the fear of something is always worse than the actual event itself, because our brains are so smart that we catastrophize things, and then it becomes quite addictive. The more we worry, the more we need to worry, and it's almost like we think, well, if we worry, then it's somehow going to protect me from getting hurt, if that makes sense. But it's just a lot of wasted energy, the fear. So I would say acknowledge the fear. Grounding techniques like breathing. I know everyone says breathing, but like really breathe in and then breathe out longer than the breath in, at least 5 or 10 times. You're not going to get anything to happen. But in very basic terms, when you do that, it activates your parasympathetic nervous system. So your body just automatically goes calm. Putting your feet on the grass outside, or the sand if you're in Dubai. You're just getting outside and putting your feet and putting your hands in water, doing something that's just going to make you realize you are in the here and now, and you're really, really safe. The other thing I do personally, if I feel like I get a migraine or like a twinge in my back, I never ever reach for medication, because if you reach for medication, you mask in it. So whether it's anxiety and fear or physical pain, if you mask it, you're never going to solve it. So I usually get a piece of paper and I do a little spider diagram, and in the middle I write fear, and then all around the outside I put little arrows of what it could be, hypothetically what it could be. And I don't overthink it. I just start writing. Could it be family? Could it be job? Could it be this? And then, because it's a spider diagram, it allows your brain just to relax, and you can shoot out all these different ideas. And more often than not, as I'm writing it, I can feel the emotion coming up when I start writing the sentence of the thing that's bothering me. But it's a practice. It's like just getting good at acknowledging, like, this could be a fear, this could be a fear, this could be a fear. And once it's on the paper, it's less of a fear because it's out of your head. So does that help?
Really interesting. Yeah, it does. And I'm thinking, so that was like really good as well from a prevention perspective. What would you say? So I think, Heidi, you gave the example before of you had, what was it, a galvanized shoulder?
Calcific tendonitis in my shoulder.
That's the one.
Close.
So if someone came to you and said they had calcific tendonitis in their shoulder and physically they felt pain, what would be your kind of like 2 to 3 immediate ways to act?
Well, firstly, I'm not a doctor, so I would say, is it life-threatening? Have you had it? Is this, what did you call it? Galvanized shoulder? Is it life-threatening? in this case, we obviously know it's probably not, right? But people need the peace of mind to know it is not life-threatening. Even like my back pain, L5S1, you can see on an MRI scan there's clear damage, but is it life-threatening? No, it's not. I would ask questions like, does it come and go? Does it move around? Is it worse in the morning and then better in the evening? Does an ice pack help? Does a heat pack help? And if you answer yes to these questions, then there's a very high chance it's neuroplastic pain, which means it is your brain misfiring. Because if it is actually structural, then the pain would be the same all of the time. There would be no pain in it. But we were talking before, and you did say like it kind of came on, and then it comes and goes. So that would be the first thing. I'd do a bit of an investigation as to like, does it move around? And I would ask questions. What's going on for you right now? And you what was it? COVID was happening. You said
Yeah, right in the middle of COVID. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the reason I got into this work was I was already doing this work before COVID, and then COVID hit. I was living in Sri Lanka at the time, and we went onto a red list country, which means I cannot leave Sri Lanka even if I wanted to. And as soon as that announcement went out, my eye started twitching, like crazy twitching, like nobody else could see it, but my eye was going like this. And I thought, my eye is twitching because of stress. I can't do anything about this. I'm trapped on an island now. And I thought, if my eye's twitching, people all around the world are having neuroplastic pain symptoms. And I thought, I have to do this career. So COVID was a real tipping point for many, many people whose nervous systems was already quite stressed. And then that was probably the final straw, which turned it from like more of an emotional thing into a physical thing. So I've drifted off your question. What was it? Practical things that you would actually do?
Yeah, so practical. Yeah, no, that was really helpful.
But then it would just be a case of what do you? I would literally ask the question, what do you need right now? You know, and the question is probably like, the answer is probably like, I need some time on my own. I need a hug. I need to be angry with somebody. I need to something. I need to not be doing this family holiday we're about to do. You know. There's always going to be some answer to that question. What do I need? Because this might sound a bit woo-woo, but your shoulder's basically trying to tell you something, you know. So that's what I would do. There is a practice I do called somatic tracking, which I do with clients, and I know that you can find this also on Insight Timer and YouTube. And it's where I get the client to focus on a sensation. So I would say to you, like, can you describe it? And you would say, it's like a ball, it's like, it's hot, it's like under my shoulder blade. And as you're describing it, I would get you to relax at the same time and keep on describing it. And the more you focus on it, the more the sensation either moves or dissipates, or it might get worse. But no matter what happens, it proves it's your brain that's doing that, because it's moving around. So you can do this somatic tracking from Insight Timer or YouTube. Does that help?
Or contact you. Yeah.
Or contact me. Yeah. I mean, it's actually quite hard to do it yourself, because your conscious can't talk to your subconscious. So it is one of those things that's easier when somebody does it for you. But yeah, for anyone listening with chronic pain that's been suffering, has tried everything medically, please don't think it's the end of the line, because it's not. There's so many people now that are getting fully recovered after they discover that it's their brain misfiring signals. So there's hope.
Yeah, it's amazing, because I think when I had it, I did something basic. I remember you telling me, I think you just sort of said it anecdotally, just to focus on, like, go and get a cup of tea and focus on the weather or something like that, which is very British. And I remember walking down the stairs thinking, my foot hurts. And normally I'd start limping, but I was like, oh, I really want a cup of tea. And isn't it hot outside? And then I just like kept repeating it. And yeah, and then it disappeared and it stayed away. So it is amazing, but it's incredible really how many people live with chronic pain. Like, you know, I would say, let's throw something out there, about 30% of people I know have got an ongoing issue, you know, that's just not it's just not resolved easy. Like my mum's got frozen shoulder, which is physically frozen. I tried to get her to, I was like, what's going on for you? But she wasn't that receptive. But Aaron, my husband, has a bad back, which he admits is stress.
Yeah, but even a frozen shoulder, that is definitely, yeah, like 99% sure that is something that's neuroplastic pain. It's a reflection of like it's frozen because there's tension in the body, you know. But yeah, it's hard when someone you're close to has something and you know you can help them, but it's not going to work for everyone. So yeah.
No, I think though it's about spreading this, you know, because it's people. I mean, I'm not sure about you, Heidi, but when I first spoke to Gemma, this was like the first time I'd really heard about it, and I was like, you know, ready to have an operation, which is bizarre, given that I was able to fix it without that.
Yeah, and you know, it's so funny because I live in this world, so I see clients all the time that have pain and don't have pain, and I'm talking to other practitioners that are working with people. So like for me, it's like so normal, and then I talk to people and they're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have back surgery next week," and I'm like, "No." But what to do? What to do?
Yeah.
You know, the other thing is we use the word chronic pain a lot, but I never considered that I had chronic pain. It's not a word I even used until I became a practitioner in it. I always just assumed it would get better. Like, so for example, a lot of clients will be like, no, I don't have chronic pain. And then they're doing this. And I'm like, is there something wrong with your shoulder? And they're like, oh, yeah, it only hurts like once a month. Or like I spoke to a woman and she went, oh, I only get migraines once a month now. And I said, you get migraines once a month? And she went, oh, but that's nothing. I used to get migraines every week. And so she had decided that she's going to live with migraines once a month. And like, as if that's normal. I was like, you don't have to live with migraines once a month. This is something we can do something about, you know, but we just accept it. But I'm sure she wouldn't have considered that chronic pain. It's just the way she is, you know.
I found this fascinating, and I can already think of about 3 or 4 people that I really want to listen to this podcast because I think it will really help them because they have been living with the same sort of pain for ages. So I can't wait to share this with them and get them to listen in because I think it would really, really help them. So thank you so much, Gemma. This has just been an eye-opener. I've learned so much today. I really have.
Yeah, and we've only literally just scratched the surface of this subject. It is absolutely fascinating. And if even one person listening to this goes and starts doing something they've not done for ages because they're not scared of the pain anymore, that's a win. That's a big win, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So how can people get in touch with you and find out more information about the services you offer?
So my website is my name, which is Gemma with a G, mcfall.com. And I'm also on LinkedIn. I'm really not yet on Instagram. I keep trying, but I'm just not cool enough for it. So you'll find me on my website or on LinkedIn.
Wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you. And do you have any final thoughts or messages that you'd like to share?
Yeah, I mean, if someone's listening to this thinking they have either ongoing anxiety or some kind of chronic pain, or even someone, you know, that's close to them, I do have on my website, it's called a free assessment, but to be very honest, there's no definite answer at the end of it. But what it will give you is a list of personality types that are more susceptible to getting chronic pain. And it has a list of questions, like I was asking Heidi earlier, like, does your pain move around? It's got questions about your specific symptoms. And it also has questions about childhood, because if somebody had like a difficult childhood or some kind of trauma, that is also an indicator that it could cause chronic pain as an adult. So I would say that's a really, really good starting point to click on that and just read through those questions. But, you know, explore this. Like, it has literally changed my life, getting my back back. Getting my back back has changed my life. And you know that my kids now have a mom that's not stressed and grumpy. I can pick them up, I can do silly things with them, you know, and I want that for everyone. I really do. So yeah, please reach out with questions or whatever, or I'm happy to help.
Amazing. Thank you so much. It's been incredibly insightful, and I know our listeners will take a lot just from the podcast, and we'll obviously share your details as to where they can find you and contact you direct. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gemma.
Now, it is a simple idea that has saved a life. A list of warning signs given to expectant parents indicating possible problems during pregnancy. For one family from Lincolnshire, a chance look at the notes prompted them to get checked at hospital. 4 hours and an emergency delivery later, baby Amelia was born 6 weeks premature. Our health correspondent Vicky Johnson has this.
She means everything in the world, absolutely everything in the world. It's absolutely amazing just to be a mum.
Amelia, the most precious of babies. Her arrival comes after endless rounds of fertility treatment and after her older sister was stillborn.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Every day we just can't stop smiling at her, can we?
No.
Amelia, though, was 6 weeks premature and her mum Bev only went to hospital after checking the advice printed on a wallet given out by midwives.
Nothing felt right. I just needed to get checked out. And I just looked at the wallet and thought, I need to see what it says. And it just said, trust your instincts.
The Wellbeing Wallets are produced by a charity aimed at reducing the number of stillbirths. They're usually given out to parents who've lost a baby, but midwives here are giving them out to all expectant mums across northern Lincolnshire.
This is key information, key concerns, you know, when to be worried, when even on it, when not to be worried. So actually, it's just really important. I hoped and I knew they would be beneficial.
Amelia was born following emergency surgery after a scan revealed a problem with blood flow to the placenta.
I just couldn't stop crying because it was a weird feeling, because I was obviously excited and overjoyed and brilliant that Amelia was here and I heard her cry. But also my mind just went back 18 months ago, because when Alicia was born, I never got to hear Alicia cry.
Proper little sweetheart. And his little princess.
Bev and Pete have the happy ending they've always craved, and now it's hoped the plastic wallets will help many other families too. Vicky Johnson, BBC Look North, Wintringham.
Lovely stuff. A strong message there to read the leaflets and the plastic wallet.
Ava's Fund has been set up in memory of our second daughter, who was stillborn on the day before her due date. This fund has been set up and is working with a registered charity based in Bridgewater called Towards Tomorrow Together. And our aim, whilst working with them, is to raise awareness of and reduce the stillbirth rates across the southwest.
We've raised £11,000 so far. Initially it was for a few different charities that first helped us, and now it's for our Ava's Fund.
Yeah. In the introduction of the Mama Academy wallets, at a cost, so these are the wallets, and that's at a cost of £7,800. And that will fund 10,000 wallets, which basically covers on average a 2-year period at Derriford Hospital for the number of pregnancies they have every year. And the idea is that these are given to mums at their booking in appointment. They keep their pregnancy notes inside, and it's got key information to protect, to look after mum and baby from day one of pregnancy to giving birth. Points out key information and things that we weren't necessarily aware of, like call your maternity unit immediately if anything happens, any of these things happen. These are the normal signs of labour, trust your instincts. And there's a massive section on the back about monitoring your baby's movements, and it helps eliminate the tales, the old wives' tales that you're sometimes told, like baby's movements slow down. Every NHS trust that these have been introduced within, they've proven to have a positive impact and reduce their stillbirth rates. So if we can do that locally and help other families, prevent it from happening to other families, it's such a simple idea, but it can make such a huge difference.
that guy is great. Cool hideout, fancy hoverboards.
And no one can tell me to wear a shirt. Oh no! It's the mega famous Battletoads, including Zitz, the leader, Pimple, the strong one, and Rash, the sunglasses one.
Don't forget Best Kisser!
Enough talk. It's time to... Best kisser? Why are you the best kisser?
Maybe because I practice on my hand all the time?
That just means you're the best at kissing your hand.
Come on, there's more girls outside.
Yeah. Look out!
Join my gang or die. We offer competitive wages, dental insurance, and paternity leave.
No, wait, Dorkshank!
Then die! Bye! Is that it?
Guess so.
Look! An instantly gratifying victory ceremony! bubblegum pig just won't quit.
I'm back!
This bubblegum pig just won't quit.
See ya! What is that pig's problem?
Besides punching too slowly.
Nice one.
Third time's a charm!
Give up, Pork Shank. There's 3 of us and only 1 of you.
Oh yeah? Well, there's still 3 of us! Third time's a charm.
Give up, Porkshank. There's 3 of us and only 1 of you.
Oh yeah? Well, there's still 3 of us.
And so I finally pass into the afterlife. Wait, there's nothing here. Make the most of the time you have!
Yikes.
I don't think he's coming back this time.
Oh well, sucks to be him. On with the celebration! Now fly!
I forgot we could fly.
Yep, everyone loves us, and now we can fly!
The universe revolves around the Battletoads! Chant with me! We are God! We are God! We are God! What the? Tony, cut the work! There's friggin' frogs in here! Who is this guy? Hang tight, frogs. We're gonna get you out of that bunker.
Bunker?
We are gods! We are... No, not this time. Just me.
That boy was executed. In lighter news, we've all heard of Toad in the Hole. But toads in a hole? Julie Saturn Rings has more.
Thanks, Zerb. Sounds bizarre, but that's exactly what a local construction crew discovered this afternoon.
Yeah, so we was digging, you know, for construction stuff, and I find this bunker with friggin' frogs trapped inside. And I mean, it stinks. So we checked the wiring, and these morons been in there for 26 years living a simulated fantasy life. And I mean, they stink.
26 years in a fantasy bunker? You'd have to be gullible not to figure that one out. So, frogs, how you feeling? Stupid?
We're not frogs. We're toads.
The Battletoads.
We're famous superheroes.
This just in. No, you're not. This has been Julie Saturn Rings asking, what are they going to do now?
I thought the promotion was pretty much a guarantee at this point. Then we had that meeting about the email.
Ugh.
And I told him I don't care about games from the 90s. Some things are just meant to stay buried forever.
assume good intent.
Oh wait, that weird lizard guy's looking.
What?
Psst, sit. What?
I think we're being robbed.
So? We don't own anything worth stealing.
You're right. I'll go apologize. Knock, knock. Sorry, we're poor. Oh, it's just Rash wearing a diaper.
I solved it!
Solve what?
Come in, brothers. Are we brothers? We never talk about it. Doesn't matter. Take a seat, I'll stand. No. You stand, I'll sit. Everyone stands. Listen, I've been up all night mimicking the methods of TV detectives. Tracking, triangulating, enhance, and I pinpointed the precise location of the Dark Queen.
Could you pinpoint a dumpster and burn that diaper?
This is the Dark Queen we're talking about, remember? She nearly destroyed the galaxy, I think, but we beat her up, which sent her, and I want to say, spinning into space, and we can do it again. Who's in? Zitz? Pimple, Zitz?
Sorry, Rash. I'm a masseuse now. My fists are for pleasure, not pain.
And I'm lead attacher at the email factory. We're moving on.
Moving on to what? Our sink is busted? The pipes are frozen. There are train tracks in our living room.
No. We have good jobs and a roof over our heads. I'm not ready to get captured again.
Well, I'm not ready to be irrelevant. I'm not ready to live my life as just another toad. But mostly, I'm not certain that I could.
Okay, Rash, we're in. Let's go build you a brand new audience.
You really mean it?
You're damn right I do. Now, where do we find the Dark Queen?
Not where. When.
Time travel?
No, we'll leave when I've cleaned myself up. Then we're renting turbo bikes, baby! Woohoo! Battletoads reboot!
Remember, fellas, these turbo bikes are rentals. You know what that means.
Crash them?
Exactly.
Hey Battletoads, it's Chet from Chet & Sons Turbo Bike Rentals. My sensors indicate you're driving like a bat out of heck, and dang it, if you don't slow down, I'll have my sons post nasty rumors about you on the galactic internet. They're handsome boys, but they're mean as dirt and itching to embarrass you. Hope it doesn't come to that. warned you, Toads. Now my beautiful boys are spreading all sorts of lies about you until you return my backs. This is my business model.
He sounds pretty annoyed. You know what they say.
Don't trust obviously unstable anthropomorphic toads?
Bingo.
Hello, Toads. I made my sons delete their posts. The truth is, my business is failing, and if you destroy those turbo bikes, I'm ruined. My sons were too beautiful to learn a real trade. Please, return my bikes. This is Chet from Chet & Sons.
What's he so worried about? The bikes look literally the same as when we started this journey.
Five missed messages? I'll listen to them later.
What is this place? Looks like the Queen is hiding in an abandoned theme park.
Be careful. It's been years since our last tetanus shot. Control Alt delete.
Ooh, look, a spaceship!
That is a nice looking spaceship.
I'm just relieved it's not another ambush.
Yeah, how come there's never anyone around here until they want to fight and then they magically appear?
Some things we'll just never know, Rash. And some will just have some really, really loose justification.
I got this. Floppy disk. Disk.
Got it. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, alright, let's see. Got it. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, alright, let's see. Control, Alt, Delete. Got it. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Control, Alt, Delete. Got it. Yeah. Ooh. Control, Alt, Delete. Got it. Yeah. Ooh. Got it. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, alright, let's see. Control, Alt, Delete. Control, Alt, Delete. Control, Alt, Delete. Got it. Yeah. Ooh. Control, Alt, Delete. Okay. Alright, okay. Okay, alright, let's see. Hey, what do you guys think of this line? I may be zits, but you're the one getting popped.
Don't get mad at us. You asked for feedback.
Yeah, but I didn't expect any. Yeah. Okay.
Gonna need another energy drink.
Okay, back to, you know, the. What are we doing again?
I'm gonna puke.
Fighting is harder than I remember.
Oh, swallowed it.
Control Alt Delete.